Okay. So welcome everyone to the third session of the conference. This is the longest of the sessions so that we could fit everyone in here. So thank you for joining us, and I'm going to go ahead and turn it over so we can be on time. So our first speaker will be Yuanhao Sun. You should be a co-host, so I think you can go ahead and share your screen. Thanks very much.
Okay. Yuanhao Sun, a PhD student from Lanzhou University. I'm glad to have this opportunity to discuss this work about relative pollen productivity estimates and its application in China. First, there is a review of relative pollen productivity estimate in China. Pollen productivity state is the basis for vegetation reconstruction using fossil pollen data. In the past decade, there are more than 20 studies of relative pollen productivity estimates in different vegetation types. Our group has completed 22 studies in 3 fund projects of Professor Qinghai Xu, were supported by National Natural Sciences Foundation of China. In temperature forest areas, 10 studies were completed, and the relative pollen productivities of 19 woody and 12 herb were obtained. There are 4 studies in temperature steppe and 3 studies in Alpine meadow of northeast Tibetan plateau were completed. The relative pollen productivities of 25 herb and 4 woody were obtained. In subtropical forest, 3 studies were completed and 21 pollen productivities values were obtained. 4 taxa were first estimated. In the rainforest of Hainan Island in tropical China, 9 taxa pollen productivities values were obtained, includes 4 woody and 5 herb. And in the odd area of northwest China, the Barlicon Basin, 6 herb taxa were obtained. We compared the result of forest studies in North China and found the raw PPS are quite different among various vegetation types and are more consistent in the same vegetation types. So we judged that vegetation types should be considered when to reconstruct the partial vegetation changes. The RPP works should be integrated in different regions to reconstruct the vegetation abundance in different regions. The secondly is the result of land cover reconstruction in northern China. Fossil pollen data have great potential for reconstruction of partial vegetation and the land cover change. However, there is not a simple linear relationship between pollen, vegetation, and land cover, such as the pollen percentage, vegetation percentage, and land cover percentage in Huangling area. We can see that the relationship between them is not linear, so it's necessary to correlate the relationship between them when using pollen data to reconstruct vegetation abundance or land cover. Now the common methods of reconstruction partial vegetation using pollen data include the BAM, which can reconstruct plant functional types, and the MAT can prove the partial vegetation cover. And this reconstruction provide information on the distribution and composition of larger plant groups such as stems or tree cover, but cannot prove the cover of individual plant taxa. The IRA converts pollen percentages into plant cover as the regional by-reals model, which proved the change in cover of individual plant taxa. And the total cover included in reconstruction is 100%, but the total cover of plant taxa is not always 100%. Using 100% vegetation composition may produce some errors, especially in the desert steppe or the transitional area between forest and grassland. So we propose an approach that combines MAT and the REVEALS model to obtain the corrected plant cover. The flowed chart shows the procedures for the reconstruction of land cover changes using pollen and MODIS vegetation data. First, the modern pollen data and the MODIS vegetation data integrate within the 1 degree grid cell to ensure consistency in spatial resolution of the pollen and vegetation data. And integrate pollen data within 1 degree grid cells also reduces the local noise in modern pollen or assemblage forages and improves the similarity with pollen assemblages from large lakes in represent the region vegetation and climates. And 1 degree also consistent with the spatial score of vegetation reconstructed by REVEALS model. After beside under modern descent, MAT was used to reconstruct the vegetation cover of fossil pollen. And beside on the relative pollen productivity estimates, REVEALS model was used to reconstruct the individual plant cover. Then REVEALS estimate cover is corrected to be equal to the MAT estimated vegetation cover. So we get that we think of as land cover compensation. We tested the method. Here, 1,238 surface soil pollen and 3 sulfur lakes pollen data were used. And we used non-study resource of pollen productivity estimates in North China to reconstruct the vegetation abundance of lakes surface pollen data. Here, the MAT estimate total vegetation cover, tree cover, and herb cover are comparable to the MODIS vegetation cover. Given that the MAT estimate vegetation cover has the best correlation with MODIS and the small errors, so we use the vegetation cover to correct the plant cover reconstructed by REVEALS model. This is land cover reconstruction of surface lakes pollen data. A is the vegetation abundances estimated by REVEALS model. B is the land cover result by the MAT and REVEALS approach. And C is MODIS vegetation cover. We found that a strong similarity between the MODIS vegetation and the land cover. So we think that demonstrates the robustness of the approach. After we use the approach to reconstruct the land cover in North China for the last 6,000 years, 76 fossil pollen data and 29 pollen productivity values of 11 study results were used. We select 5 fossil records shows the vegetation change in first regions. In Huola, the boreal temperature coniferous first region. The vegetation cover was high, and there were little changes in plant cover for the last 6,000 years. The Laks Hailongwan in temperature coniferous and deciduous broad-leaved mixed forest region shows the deciduous broad-leaved first developed in the region during the Middle Holocene. Later, the deciduous broad-leaved trees decreased and the conifers gradually increased. In the temperature decreased broad-leaved first region, the mountain vegetation was dominated by cuckoos, Betula, and pines during the Middle and later Holocene. But 3,000 years ago, the tree cover decreased and herbs increased, which may reflect the increasing impact of human activities. There are 3 records from grassland and 2 records from regions strongly influenced by human activities. In the grassland, the Lake Dahai, Dali, and Hulun shows the low vegetation cover. The vegetation type was mainly meadow steppe or typical steppe for the 6,000 years, and the first cover gradually decreased. And the vegetation cover in the North China plain influenced by human activities. The first vegetation was best, especially for last 3,000 years. The first cover decreased and herb cover increased. We show the reconstruction result of 76 fossil pollen data in 3 periods by spatial interpolation method. Before 6,000 years, the pioneers were mainly distributed in the mountains of temperature deciduous broad-leaved forest region, then mainly increased in the mountains of northeast China and decreased in other regions. The conifers distribute in the Great Qinghai Mountains, southwest of the Lost Plateau, and in the Qinghai Mountains. After the conifers of Great Qinghai Mountains southward expanded to the Changbai Mountains and decreased in other regions. The deciduous bodied trees mainly in northeast China and in mountains of the temperature decreased broad-leaved forest region, and then more in the North China. The herb covers are more than 30% in the temperate steppe regions and in the plain of North China. After the herb cover changed little. The vegetation cover in North China increased gradually from the southwest to the northeast and decreased gradually from the southeast to the northwest. And it changed little for the last 6,000 years. Here is a summary of the basic conclusions of our research. For last 6,000 years, the vegetation cover decreased 3%, and deciduous broad-leaved tree decreased 5%. Conifers increased 4%. The herb cover changed little. In the regional scale, since the middle and late Holocene, first has been developed in the mountains of northern China for a long time, but the mountain vegetation cover in central China decreased significantly for last 3,000 years. Grassland was the main land cover type in the North China Plain and in the temperate steppe region, and the vegetation cover was great at high latitudes and altitudes than at low latitudes and in lowland areas. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we have some time for questions. As a reminder, because there's lots of people in the room, we can ask for questions via the chat, and then questions can also continue after question time in the chat if we have to start the next paper. So we have plenty of time. We have some questions for Yuanhao.
I can start, perhaps.
Please.
Hello.
Hello.
Great to see you. Thank you very much for your talk. I have two questions. The first one is, have you looked at the difference between your RPPs that you have made a new synthesis of the RPPs for northern China? How different are they from the synthesis of Furong Li? This is my first question. Are they very different?
There are only little different among Wei and From.
Okay, that sounds good. It sounds good because it influences the reveals estimates, as you know, a lot. The RPPs are one of the, so it sounds good. And my other questions is about the reveals reconstructions. As I understood.
Marie-Joseph?
Yes.
We use the different RPP in different vegetation types. Furong Li used the average. I think she used the average.
Okay.
Yeah, this is the difference.
Yeah, I understand. Okay, so that might make quite a difference in the reconstructions. Yeah. Okay, thank you. The second question is about the reveals reconstruction. Did I understand right that you used one record, pollen record per reconstruction? So I mean, you made the reveals reconstruction for each lake separately, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I wonder how. What about the standard errors on the reconstructions? Okay, or they may be large.
So we can get the errors. Maybe we can writing further research on this issue.
Yeah, because standard errors can be large if you use only one site. Yeah, it's what I wanted to say. So you have to look at this. But excellent, it was very interesting. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Any more questions?
Or our reconstruction is very different with others. We reconstructed the bare land.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. So it's a little ahead of time, but I think this is good for such a long session. So let's continue with Anneli Poska. Is the next paper. You should be able to share your screen too, I think.
You are muted.
Yes, thank you. I am trying to figure out how to share a right screen. I think now you should see the correct one.
Yes.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you for this really great meeting, and I am impressed with every talk more and more how much new and interesting stuff has been done very lately. So I have to say that my talk is on really kind of preliminary results. As you see, this is a short project. We got money for actually 2 months work. But we have been working with this anyway because we've felt that it's a really cool topic. And I want also to say that this is a really international collaboration between me, Lynn, and Furongli in China and Anne Dallmayr in Germany. So really far from each other. So right now the Corona time seems to be actually a very fitting scenery. And special thanks to Marie-Jo, who is of course behind all our work. So when starting all this, we we were in China a couple of years ago and had excursion. And looking at these fantastic landscapes, you wonder when, how, where, why all this happened, and we actually trace it through time. As a vegetation modelers, we have also looked at different model outputs on specifically on land use. And this is here an example of comparison between two most recognized anthropogenic land cover change models there are currently. So this is a Hyde and Kaplan model, and time is about 6,000 years ago. And you see that one model suggests that practically there was no anthropogenic land use anywhere, or very little in a very small way, in kind of some parts of Eastern Europe or Southern Europe actually. However, KK10 is suggesting that at least in some places, including China, the anthropogenically changed land cover could be up to 50% of the land cover observed. So there are huge differences in our estimates. And it would be really interesting to see where the truth actually lies. We have seen already during today many studies showing reference to one or other model. I have been part of VR project LandClim, actually 2 projects. So we have been working all together approximately 10 years on looking at the land cover in Europe, trying to reconstruct it with REVEALS estimates, using ecosystem models, exactly to figure out how much of the land was not occupied by plants. So the last talk just before me was very, very important, because up to now we couldn't really estimate with reveals the part of non-vegetated area. And here is an example of our results. To read the results, there is this small triangle here. So if you are in plum-colored or blue-colored region, it means that it is forested, either broadleaf or coniferous. And if the yellow colors prevail, that means that it is an open land. And when I'm looking at the 5,000 years back Europe, we can see that the conifers prevailed in northeastern part. The central part was quite much covered with broadleaf forests, and there were some less vegetated areas in West and South Europe. And if we are moving through time to kind of close to modern era, about 200 years ago, then we can see that already most of Central Western Europe is highly deforested, and the highest forest parts are still existing in north and northeastern parts of Europe. We have also calculated some kind of land use estimate using this figure here. And to read this, we simply at first looked at the open land cover sums through time we got from these maps, determined which time we had the lowest open land cover, thinking about this as a maximum forestation of Europe. And this is about 6,000 years ago. And then looked at the deviations from this sum. And you see that, of course, at the very early parts of Holocene, we had a very open land cover, which was gradually getting more closed. And the maximum forest cover was reached around, as I said, 6,000 years ago, and then started new deforestation or new reduction of the forest part. As we know, the climate was not so strongly changing during the last 6,000 years. We could assume that most of this, what we see here, is actually man-made. And these maps now are very nicely showing that we are probably in a right track, because most of the land cover change is exactly connected to this central and Western Europe, and specifically here it is even better seen. There are still some parts of Norwegian coast, for example, which also show some deforestation or reduction of forest amount. So this can be also some climatic signal, but definitely major part of this is human induced. Now thinking about all that, I'm thinking that we have a quite good control what happens in Europe. We were looking around and thinking where else we could test our methods, and where would be the kind of hotspot for such studies. And then we found that there is a large country in Eastern Asia, which has very large north, south, and west, east gradients in climate and land cover. Is one of the world's most densely populated regions today, and probably also in past, and has excellent documentation on settlement history, and also, as far as we know, one of the earliest onsets of crop farming. And we are very happy with specifically this last part. This is a fact that during last few years, there are lots of quantitative land cover reconstructions published, and lots of work is done on the things, as we heard just now. So we will have lots of material to work with. Me and Anne Dahlmeier, we are vegetation modelers. So we set up a simple modeling framework. We were using climate from Earth system model called MPI ESM 1.2. And actually the vegetation model Anna is working with is a part of this, this Earth system model, and it's called GSPACH. So this had a direct communication here in order to transfer the climate into another vegetation model, which is called LPGS. We downscaled it using CRU, but this was, again, practically the same Earth system model climate, which was fed into another vegetation model. And the difference here is that LPGS has a much higher resolution when working, 1.5 degrees, and GSPACH was working at this particular point at 2 degrees resolution. And what we were interested in is a vegetation output comparison. And we were specifically interested to see if which model would be better able to represent the natural vegetation cover in China. To do that, we at first, of course, looked at the climate, because if input climate to vegetation model is wrong, then it is rather difficult to believe that something good is coming out. As you see, the climate model results are background, and the circles here are actually the results from proxy-based climate reconstructions. And in general, you see that the colors are quite matching, except maybe for this part of the, I think it is Tibetan Plateau. And here we have to remember that models are working on the averaged height and averaged kind of elevation, which means that, of course, particular points here can which are connected to certain lake or bog or something like this can experience totally different different climate than let's say 1/2 degree grid cell in the same area. We also looked at the precipitation, and that's because precipitation is one of the major or dominant climate parameters which is controlling at least large parts of Chinese vegetation, and therefore very important. And here again, we saw that in general, the fit was relatively good. There were a few points which are clearly different, but major patterns seem to be captured by the vegetation model, or not the vegetation, but climate model. So this climate was used now to drive vegetation models. And here is a presented forest proportion simulated by GSPACH at the upper line and LPGS down. And the circles here are actually the REVEALS-based land cover reconstruction results from Li. And yes, the time frame, it starts, this is 8,000 years back, 6,000 years back, and 2,000 years back time slice I picked out for you to see. Actually, we have, I think, every 1,000 years possible to present. And we see again that in a large scale, we have in general fitting results. So on Tibetan Plateau, there is a very little vegetation, both expected by GSPACH and also by LPGS, and mostly that is herb cover. And when we are moving to more eastern China, we get more greener colors. Now, we expected when starting to work with this that it is totally enough to look at the first 8,000 years, but we will definitely have the very first time slice as a kind of natural background signal, and then everything else could be also having some human impact. But when we plotted all these figures, we saw that there is also already quite large discrepancy, even in 8,000 years ago, even at the best cases. And when moving forward in time, as a fit between the vegetation models and the reveals-based reconstructions got worse. And at 2K, you see that there is practically no clear correlation between these two vegetation estimates. We also noticed that there is also a difference in vegetation models, how they reflect the vegetation. LPGS seems to produce much more forest than GSPAH. Both of the models were run in kind of a global average setting. So we didn't manipulate any of the settings specifically for China. This is something what we will do in future. So everything was, all the disturbance cycles, fire regimes, and so on were set to the default. So obviously the default setting of the GSPAH gives much more open landscapes. It means that it has a stronger disturbance regime than LPGS at the same time. And in general, it seems that at least for forested areas, LPGS was giving a better estimate. We were also trying to see if how much of this discrepancy could be due to the maybe not correct precipitation amount prescribed to the models. So I ran LPGS tests prescribing 100% of the Earth system model provided precipitations, and then stepwise going lower. And you see that there was maybe 80% of the prescribed model prescribed precipitation seems to be optimal, kind of really fixing the differences here in forested areas. However, there are definitely some places where we are not able to get it right. And in order to get kind of these points into reasonable, comparable forest cover with reveals, we have to reduce precipitation to 20% from model prescribed, which is obviously not realistic, and that therefore we can conclude that actually already then there has to be some other forcing factor which was specifically strong in these areas and which was not precipitation or climate in general. Now, knowing all that, I made another compilation. This above is again the same as you saw a couple of slides ago, showing the open land cover dynamics in Europe. But the lower part, I think, was very interesting, at least for me, as we don't have yet really good full cover data for reconstructions in China. This is just reveals reconstructions, so it is only 75 sites. You see the points here, so they are scattered all over China, but definitely there is possibility that it doesn't represent fully the open land cover dynamics for kind of full space in China, but still we found that at 8,000 actually we could be on the very verge of the anthropogenic change. And definitely we would need to extend our modeling period to at least probably 10,000 or full Holocene in order to capture the change from naturally developing landscape with land cover with climate as a main driver, and to see the time and space where it changes actually to land use as a major driver. So to conclude, we started with testing and validating model performances in Eastern Asia. For us, it was very interesting. And we would like at least to quantify the anthropogenic impacts on terrestrial vegetation, and using our models also to look at the impact on carbon or nitrogen cycle, and of course the climate. And to do so, we have plans for investigations. And this is a very short summary what we have thought to do and put together. So we want to look at the proxy-based land cover and climate reconstructions. And we would like to keep in mind that it is not very good to use pollen-based proxies for both climate and land cover reconstructing because of the circularity there. We will use different vegetation models to look at the climate and potential, and of course climate models to look at the potential natural vegetation and climate. And we hope to use a statistical Bayesian model to determine the land use. And now we would really like to use archaeological and historical data instead of only pollen. And I think that China is specifically a good region for that, because one of the problems why we couldn't do it in Europe was that there are so many countries with so different archaeological datasets, databases, and rules. So it is very difficult to put together something larger, which covers a large area. At the same time, China, its territory is approximately the size of Europe. So I think being one country with hopefully one database and common knowledge and archaeological and historical data collection would help doing that in future. So this is the end. So we really hope to continue with these studies. And here we are so far. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for this excellent talk. We have again space for questions. And Kathy says, yes, work presented by Alice Yao on land use today should be highly relevant. I have also worked on
Absolutely.
This. I agree, and it would be nice to see how, as that progresses, we can talk about the relationship between them.
No, I told everything today has been so inspiring and so new, and it's kind of constant flow of new information and new data sets and new ideas how to look at this. So it's definitely very exciting.
Yeah. Other questions? This is very interesting contrasts. Yes.
I have a question. Do you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Anneli. I just wondered whether you thought about the one drawback of the reconstruction of Furong is that we didn't model PAGES and ABS because we didn't want to use RPPs from Europe or something like that, because we're not in in China at the time, at least. I don't know now. Have you thought about this? Because you had places where the pollen didn't fit with your model, more trees and yeah.
Absolutely. Actually, we have modeled, of course, this land cover not only looking at the forest and open land. Of course, we had VFTs looking at the distribution on conifers and deciduous forests and so on. Just this particular place I put together kind of a very simplistic overview of what we have done. But of course, actually, we had, I think, as far as I remember, the biggest problems were in comparison with conifers. And there is also the problem that China has so many endemic conifers or very special types of conifers, which we don't have in Europe, and which are also difficult to put into vegetation models as kind of PFTs.
Right.
Way.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Great study, beginning of study. Superb. Thanks.
Yeah, we are still just ahead of schedule, so if we have more questions, we have time, but we can also move on to the next one. Okay, so thank you very much. So our next speaker is Johan Lindström. Oh, there you are. Okay, so you should be a co-host. You should be able to share, yes.
Yeah, I just need to find what I'm supposed to be sharing. Oh God. Sure. I'm guessing that looks correct. So, yeah, thank you very much for so thank you very much for inviting me, and thanks to Marisha for asking me to do this. And I feel it's slightly out of place, partially as a statistician and partially because I'll mainly be showing stuff for Europe. But I should say that all the things we've done for Europe, we have also done for China or are in the process of doing for China. But I had nice result figures for Europe, so that's what I'm going to go with. So interpolation of reveals land cover estimates. And this is work that's been going on for a while, and there's been a number of people involved, and I probably missed some, but this is the list of authors for the latest papers, which is to appear in Frontiers, which I'll mention towards the end here. So a lot of this work was done by a PhD student, Bennett Spears-Summerbain, under my supervision, and she defended her thesis in 2016. So most of the papers appear in her thesis, and there's also some unpublished results that we're trying to get out, relating mainly to including archaeological data in the estimate, as Anneli mentioned. So, I mean, essentially, we're looking at pollen records, which most of you hopefully are familiar with. So we have the pollen records, and people who know pollen count the pollen records, put them into taxa, and then we need to figure out what the pollen records represent in terms of land cover. And there are models to do this that account for the productivity, the dispersal range, and representation area. And I'm not an expert in this. I happily take the data that I'm given. So essentially what we're using is we're using the output from the reveals model, which then gives us estimates at a 1 degree scale across the region of interest, be it Europe or Southeast Asia and China. And I just want to point out that there's one alternative way of doing this, and this is a rather nice 2009 paper by Patrick McLahan that did a similar thing across Connecticut in the US Northeast, so a reasonably small geographical area, but they combined modern forest maps, colonial era forest maps, and the pollen data, and were then able to do a joint estimate of the pollen productivity and the past land cover from that data. The downside of using their approach is, of course, that we need good historical forest maps to calibrate the model on, and if those aren't present, well, then we have to sort of resort to the reveals data. But that would be the option for doing what we're doing. But for what we're doing, as I said, we take the reveals data. This is then 1 degree gridded data representing the different proportions of taxa, and then we aggregate that to different proportions of land cover types. So deciduous, open land, and forested land. And then this is typically what the data looks like. So the black dots here, that's all the land grid cells for which we would like reconstructions. And then the different colored symbols is the grid cells where we actually have reveals data. And we then see that we don't have reveals data everywhere. And even at the sites where we have reveals data, we're not getting reveals data for all the time periods, because this, of course, differs between what type of observations and sediments were available at that grid cell. And if we're going to use this in climate modeling or to assess historical land cover, we of course need to do an interpolation of this data to all of Europe, or as I said, all of China. So as a statistician, we've been working with developing models that can do these interpolations and do them in hopefully the best possible way. So the basic problem here is one of spatial interpolation. And the basic problem is essentially we have observations at a bunch of locations, i.e. where we have reveals data, and we want to say something about the unobserved locations, i.e. all the black pointed grid cells where we don't have any reveals data. And the standard framework in the spatial modeling here is essentially that we say we have some observations, and we're going to discuss the F here in some detail because there's some issues with the proportional data that we have here that we would like to account for. So we have some observation model that tells us how the observations arise, and then we have some spatial field that tells us how neighboring regions, how similar or how dissimilar they are. And in this spatial field, we can include both covariates, saying that these land cover types are more common at high elevation or more common at high or low latitudes. And we can include the fact that neighboring grid cells probably have similar vegetation types. And I mean, just to give you a very simple example of what spatial interpolation is, this is temperature data across the globe. I've picked out 80 temperature stations, and based on these 80 temperature stations, we can then do a reconstruction of the complete temperature field across the globe. So let's do with the pollen data. There's one initial issue which we need to deal with. That's the fact that the pollen data here, it's proportions of land cover. So say we have 50% coniferous forest, 20% broadleaf forest, and 30% open land. We know that these are proportions. So we know that they should be percentage numbers. So they should be between 0 and 1 for all the different components, and they should sum to 1. So we would like the predictions to actually maintain these properties. We don't want to predict negative abundances. We don't want to predict abundances that sum to more than one. And this is what's called compositional data. It's got a reasonably long history in statistics for doing models for compositional data that sort of actually account for these properties. And the way to do this is to actually transform the data and then deal with the transform data. So let's give you a very simple example. Say that we only have two types of vegetation. We have forest and grassland. And we know, of course, that we have to have 100% vegetation cover. So if I know the forest fraction, I can compute the grassland fraction and vice versa. And I also know that the proportions should be in the 0 to 1 interval. So what we do is we do a so-called logit transform that transforms these restricted 0 to 1 data to any value. And then we model the transform data that doesn't have any restrictions at all. We do our predictions on the transform data, and then we can go back to the original scale of the data. And just sort of to illustrate, this is a logit transform where we see that the x values can vary between very large, say -10 to very large negative to very large positive values, -10 to 10 in this case, and all of those get mapped into this 0 to 1 interval, so that we're not going to predict proportions larger than 1, and we're not going to predict negative proportions. And this can then be generalized to the case where we have multiple components, so many different types of land cover. Now, one thing to keep in mind here is that say that I have 3 different land cover types, broadleaf, coniferous, and open land. Since I know that they need to sum to 1, I only need to model 2 of them because I can always compute the last one as what is left over. So there's a bit of data reduction going on here also. I only need to compute 2 of these guys. And let's skip that. So the model we end up with is essentially, if we do a graphical representation, this. So we have the y, which is our observed proportions. There's this transformation of a y to give me freedom to model it as I want. And then I get a model for these 3 variables consisting of an x here, which is the spatial dependence between points, essentially saying that neighboring points should be similar. And then I get a linear model that says that some things affect the vegetation. For example, distance to coast or elevation or latitude or output from mechanistic models. And this entire thing is estimated using a statistical approach in a Markov chain Monte Carlo, so reasonably computer intensive simulation-based method. It's not that bad to run. It takes a couple of hours, but it's not completely off a scale. And this is then described in the 2018 paper by Benas Presambain, which is a statistical paper. So it's rather heavy on the theory and goes into all the sort of nuts and bolts and the details of how this is done. And what you're interested in is then the end result. So these are then predictions for Europe. The top plot here is the different land cover proportions, where we see that a darker green is more of that type of land. And we then see that when we do the prediction with the model, which is the middle row, we get land cover reconstructions that sort of match what the pollen data say. For example, here we get higher amounts of unforested land in Western Europe. We get coniferous forest in the north, and at higher elevations, you can essentially pick out the Alps and the Carpathians in the center of the image, and then we get Sweden and Finland having slightly higher proportions of coniferous forest. So we've now done this the initial study used only 5 time windows through the Holocene, but this has now been done for all 25 time slices that we have in the reveals data across all of Europe that has been accepted for publication in Frontiers and will appear. The data will be made available on, and Mauritius, can correct me when afterwards, Pangea, I think. We have done similar interpolations also for all of China, for all the 25 time periods. Those are in the process of being made ready for publication. So we're not as far along, but we're hoping to get there also for the Chinese data. And then, of course, if we do this for a different time slice, so we go back in time, then, of course, the proportions of land cover shifts. So here, if we go to 4000 BCE, we see that there's a shift from unforested land to more broadleaf forests across Europe. And this is, again, in agreement with what we see in the pollen data if we compare the top 2 rows. Now, one thing that we could discuss in these predictions is that we're actually using as much explanatory power as we can. And I said this, that we had the spatial structure that says that neighboring vegetation should be similar, and we had these explanatory variables, for example, elevation, latitude, and so on. And what we're actually using in the model, and this is why I'm showing this here, it's the elevation, which is the graph on the left middle row to the far left. So that's one explanatory power. And then we're actually using output from a dynamic vegetation model. The thought being that the dynamic vegetation model should at least capture sort of the major patterns that we see in the vegetation, and it should be a reasonably strong predictor. Now, the downside here is, of course, that the same dynamic vegetation model will give different output depending on what type of climate we assume. And also, we've included past estimates of land cover, so both the Kaplan and the height estimates. And as Anneli showed in the previous talk, the Kaplan and the height estimates also differ. So we actually did a sensitivity study to see how sensitive the model is to what we include in it. So this here shows the potential covariates that we can plug into the model, 3 different time windows: present time 1900, 1725, and then 4000 before Christ. Again, if we have a yellow color in the images, that's unforested land. If we have this light blue cyan, that's coniferous forest. And if we have this darker magenta color, that's more of broadleaf forest. And the 4 columns here are the same vegetation model in all cases, but driven by 2 different climates, either driven by an European Earth System model, that's the ESM column, or driven by a regional RCA-free model, that's the RCA-free column. And then you see that it's either a K or an L prefix at the start of a name here. And that's whether or not we used land cover or human land use from Kaplan or the Hyde models. And the thing we can see here is that there's quite dramatic differences, especially between the 2 different climates. I mean, for example, if we look at the 4000 before Christ image, we see that the RCA model has quite large proportions of coniferous forest over Eastern Europe, while in the ESM climate model, that's basically broadleaf forest in those regions. Now, for the spatial interpolation, this is potentially a problem. However, if we go back and look at the model, we should remember that we're just seeing these. So these are the ones that come in here in the beta covariate. So the B and the beta in the model. these are actually scaled. So we estimate how to scale these covariates to fit the pollen data as optimally as possible. And this means that the absolute values that we're getting from the vegetation model aren't that important. It's the spatial patterns that will matter. So as long as the spatial patterns are capturing something interesting, we will then scale the absolute values to match the pollen data. So if the absolute values are off, it's not that much of an issue. And when we ran the results here, so here are then the reconstructions for the 725 CE time slice. When we ran these reconstructions, we see that they are very similar, irrespective of which explanatory variables I use. And to me, this is sort of encouraging because it tells us that the model mainly relies on the information in the pollen data. And this, to me, also means that the model is probably reasonably easy to port to other regions where we have a large amount of pollen data to do the interpolation, because whatever covariates we have, we will scale them and we will match them to the pollen data. So as long as we have reasonable amounts of pollen data, we should be getting good spatial interpolations and reconstructions of past land cover maps for all of the regions. So as I said, we've done interpolations for Europe and China for all the 25 time periods that are available in the REVEALS data. So this is 25 time windows throughout the entire Holocene. So from 10,000 before present to present. The European interpolations will appear in a Frontiers paper that got accepted about a week ago, and will be made available. And then, as I said, the Chinese estimates are in the process of getting published. And then we have some ideas for including archaeological data in these estimates to actually get an estimate both of land cover and past human land use. This was the last paper in Bennes's thesis. It's currently under review with sort of a small trial study that hopefully we can then extend using more data across more regions. And then I should also say that we're doing similar interpolations on a taxa level across Europe, and that will hopefully be done in spring of 2022. And if that works out for Europe, we could very well extend that into other regions where there's large amounts of pollen data. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for this excellent paper and overview of this work. So do we have some questions for Johan? Either in the chat or here in sound.
Johan?
Yep.
Do you allow me to show an example of what you have done in China?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Or perhaps somebody could make Mauritius a co-host. Oh, you're a co-host, so you should be able to show it.
So this is
thank you.
Well, yes, from 6,000, 4,000, 2,000 BP, and look at the column in the middle. It's open land cover. When it's yellow, it's completely open. When it's blue, it's not open. You see Western China, if you look from, and I should say here, the covariates are only elevation latitude, longitude, because this is to be implemented in height. So of course, we don't have height as a covariate. So it's just a simple covariate, the most obvious ones that are used. And you see the changes from 6,000 to 2,000 in the western part, how these yellow bubbles increase progressively. This means that this is a human induced, of course. Then you have this big yellow bubble that is, of course, the Tibetan plateau and the northern steppes and meadows, where it's much more difficult to separate the human induced from the climate. So, not published yet. Soon to be published in a paper with Fung. Yeah. So questions? Yeah, maybe.
I know Nikki is here, but I think Mark is not here, but it'd been a nice comparison also with archaeological data in the session tomorrow for the Europe group for land use.
Yeah. So I suppose a question here from Kathy about if I could say something more about the archaeological data. So yeah, so the idea with the archaeological data is that we'd see the reveals data, so the pollen data, as one observation of the type of land cover. And then we'd see the archaeological data as the amount of the open land that is due to human influence. And then the hope is that the model would then be able to separate the open land that we see in the pollen data into a contribution from humans and a naturally open contribution. And then the human contribution would, of course, be proportional to the amount of archaeological artifacts found in each of the regions. And the problem with doing this across Europe, as Anneli allured, is that the databases differ massively between different countries. So you don't know if the difference in number of artifacts is due to databases or an actual effect. We're trying it either on somebody that's sort of collected and homologated a database would be interesting, or trying it on China, where we hopefully have a consistent database across the entire region, would also be interesting.
I guess I'm just wondering, sorry, what you mean by artifacts. I mean, are you talking about settlements, or, you know, what do you have a more specific, you know, information on the data source?
No, so this is, I mean, so far we've only done, I mean, we've essentially only done a trial run where what we're actually doing so far is we're using Hyde and Kaplan as a proxy for archaeological data, just to see if I mean, the statistical model even fits the data, and the statistical model even sort of separates out the land use into two components. And that seems very promising. So, I mean, we can fit the statistical model for data, and the statistical model sort of converges, it works. And then we need to discuss what type of archaeological data to plug in there as a proxy for human land use. And this is where I need help from an archaeologist to tell me what I should use.
Yeah, you will have good data from LandCover6k for Europe, I can tell you, and Nikki can tell you this, White House. So, yeah.
Hi. Yes. Well, hopefully you'll get a chance to hear a talk tomorrow about this. But yeah, we've been using archaeological data. As you point out, the challenge is knowing what kind of data and how to synthesize it. So, but yes, it'd be very interesting to think about how those two data sets could be used in combination, and different types of data sets as well.
And it'd be interesting to see the difference in how useful these site databases are here versus in China, because these are two of the most dense site databases that we have for doing this comparison. Even though they're, you know, as you highlighted, different, they come about in different ways. There's also a question from Clara Plancher. Thank you very much. Could you explain a bit more about how you deal with spatial and temporal autocorrelation between your grid cells?
Okay, so at the moment we're doing it as independent across time. I had a master student who introduced temporal correlation, and that's a paper we should finish at some point. But the downside with doing the temporal correlation is that the computational cost goes up quite rapidly. So for the spatial correlation, we're using a Gaussian Markov random field, which essentially describes, so it has a parameter which is the strength of the correlation that gets estimated in the process. So that is fitted to the data, and then the Gaussian Markov random field essentially says that the value in one point will be a weighted average of the neighboring points, and the estimated parameter tells me how much I should weight the neighboring points. If you've done something like thin plate splines moving or splines moving, that is a very similar model to a Gaussian Markov random field.
Great. So Nikki has another question, but I'm going to say we should move on to the next paper, and maybe you can answer her in the chat. Okay, so our next, thank you again. Our next talk is Lynn Welton, and you also should, you're here and you should be able to bring your...
Hi everyone, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Okay, give me 1 second to share my screen. All right, can you see that?
Yes.
Fantastic, okay. So we're going to be moving now from land cover, which we've been talking about most of the morning so far, to land use. And we've already had lots of introduction over the last day or two that explains why land use reconstructions are significant for testing the impact of anthropogenic land use in various time periods, including for the mid-Holocene, and particularly for why developing accurate evidence-based reconstructions based on archaeological data is so vital, given the demonstrated impact that different land use scenarios can have on past climate reconstructions and on past land cover reconstructions. So this paper will describe our ongoing work to reconstruct the distribution of land use at 6K for the Middle East, describing the methodology that we've been using and showing some provisional results. As one of the earliest global centers of domestication, agricultural production, and population nucleation, the Middle East is critical for the mid-Holocene timeframe. By 6K, the Middle East already had a long history of industry, intensive agricultural, and pastoral land use that was roughly 5,000 or 6,000 years old for agriculture and 3,000 years old for pastoralism. And therefore, it represents one of the areas of the world that's most likely to display significant land use impact and human-induced land cover change at 6,000 BP. Previous global reconstructions of past land use include HIDE 3.2 and KK10, and we heard about both of these in the previous talk, but also from a case on HIDE 3.3 on yesterday. But both of these published reconstructions rely on various assumptions about population densities, rates of population growth, and estimates of per capita land use. But the different approaches that are used by these different reconstructions result in substantially different absolute estimates of per capita land use over time. And they ultimately produce very different outcomes, as you can see here in the illustration on the slide. There remains, therefore, a need for better constrained reconstructions of land use based on archaeological data from this region. A recent LandCover6k paper presented a reconstruction of land use for 6K for Iraq, Eastern Syria, Jordan, and the Arabian Peninsula. And this reconstruction confined land use attributions to areas where directly dated archaeological evidence could be attributed to the time window in question with a high degree of confidence, as well as relying on land use reconstructions from previously published syntheses. The reliance on directly dated evidence somewhat limits the ability to take into account some other forms of evidence that might lead us to suspect that there's more widespread use of particular land use types for which directly dated evidence so far has been lacking. So what we present today here differs from this initial reconstruction in the approach that it uses and in the methodology that it uses. The reconstruction is also more spatially extensive, so it also incorporates Anatolia, Cyprus, the South Caucasus, the Levant, and Iran, as well as being of higher resolution. So our reconstruction right now is at 90 meters rather than the 8-kilometer grid cells that were used for the previous reconstruction. And this resolution makes us of greater utility for archaeological purposes, and then we can upscale it to the standard LandCover6k 8x8 grid cell as a later step. So before I outline the methodological approach that we ultimately settled on, I'll just briefly mention that we also experimented with similar approaches to those that the Europe group has been using for reconstructing land use. And you'll hear more about those tomorrow. But this approach draws on large data sets of radiocarbon dates to characterize population distribution as a basis for land use reconstruction. So to test this approach for the Middle East, we were able to draw on a data set of roughly 11,000 radiocarbon dates spanning the Holocene. This data set is called Near East Radiocarbon Dates, or NERD, and it's been made available on GitHub by Alessio Palmisano. So without going into all of the details of how this modeling approach works, because you'll hear more about it tomorrow, I believe, we tried to mimic the Europe group's approach to see what kinds of results it would produce for our region. So extracting from this complete data set sites that produced radiocarbon dates in a 250-year window around 6,000 cal BP resulted in a maximum data set of 104 sites. We characterized these sites into land use types based on the archaeological literature, and the resulting distribution of land use is very interesting, but it reveals several critical problems. And the first and most substantial of those problems is the complete lack of data for southern Mesopotamia, which would appear, if we were to rely on this approach, to have been virtually unpopulated. And this is in fact the area that we would expect to be one of the most densely populated regions during this time period, and also to have undergone the most human-induced landscape transformation due to the widespread use of irrigated agriculture in this area. There's plenty of obvious political and historical reasons that contribute to the lack of radiocarbon data from southern Iraq. And this is something that might start to be rectified in coming years with new fieldwork, but it will remain a slow process. We can also see that similarly, there are other areas, central Anatolia, for example, where we have underrepresentation in the data set, while places like Israel and Cyprus, because of the very widespread use of radiocarbon dating in these areas, are potentially overrepresented. So it was clear that we needed to seek an alternative approach. The Middle East is uniquely positioned for the reconstruction of land use based on settlement data, because large settlement data sets have been collected via archaeological surveys, and this was the most obvious place for us to start. So the region generally has full coverage survey data available for relatively large areas from surveys that have broadly similar sampling approaches. And much of this survey data has been collected into a very large data set of archaeological sites by the CLASS project, which is directed by my co-author, Dan Lawrence, which to date includes more than 100,000 sites across the Holocene. The conditions in the Middle East are such that the range of land uses that's possible in a given place is limited by a number of environmental factors. And as a result, the general principle that we've employed is to model the range of kinds of land use that are possible in a given environment, which you might call potential land use, as a starting point for further calculations of the areas in which particular land uses were actually conducted at various points in the past, which we might call actualized land use. So we start by creating a map of potential land use, which takes into account various environmental characteristics that constrain land use options that are possible in various areas. So that includes things like terrain and soil characteristics, but also climatic factors, and particularly rainfall, which in the Middle East is one of the primary determinants of agricultural productivity and of land use possibilities in general. But simply considering environmental factors doesn't take into account the potential for human modification of the landscape that might alter the natural landscape affordances. So this baseline of possible land use is extended to take into account human niche construction behaviors that expand the range of potential land uses that are possible in a given environment. And in the case of the Middle East, one of the main examples of this would be the employment of canal irrigation techniques as a means of extending the zones where agricultural production would have been possible. So to create the initial map of potential land use, we use a simple model to classify different areas according to several criteria, including terrain characteristics like elevation and slope, but also soil characteristics and annual precipitation. And we derive topographic variables from a standard 90-meter DEM of the region. We take soils data from the website soilgrids.org, which provides a variety of data sets of physical and chemical soil characteristics that are based on a combination of remotely sensed and field-checked soil data. For reconstructing rainfall, we've used a combination of data sources to reconstruct potential annual precipitation at 6K, and this includes estimates of regional rainfall from interpolations of modern rain gauge data that have been modified according to isotope-based reconstructions of rainfall from speleothem data, and this work was done by Zarina Hewitt, combined with previously published reconstructions of mid-Holocene precipitation distributions. Areas that receive more than 300 millimeters of precipitation annually are considered to represent optimal agricultural zones. Areas receiving 200 to 300 millimeters of precipitation are considered marginal zones for agricultural production. And then areas receiving less than 200 millimeters of precipitation per year are considered unsuitable for rain-fed agriculture, although areas with 100 to 200 millimeters are considered suitable for grazing animals. We also made several manual modifications in the region of southern Mesopotamia, firstly to reflect reconstructions of changes in sea level at 6K, which has its most substantial impact on the coastline of the Gulf. And here, areas that are likely to have been underwater at 6K are represented in gray and have been reconstructed as areas of no human land use. Similarly, low-lying areas of the estuary of the Shat al-Arab in southern Iraq are associated with extensive marsh regions, for which we reconstruct a land use of broad spectrum resource acquisition with low-level food production, which is here represented in blue. The southern Mesopotamian alluvium largely lies in a region where precipitation does not reach levels that allow consistent dry farming to occur. So this is one region in which we know there was likely substantial modification of the natural landscape through the creation of water management systems, through canal irrigation. And work by Tony Wilkinson and a number of other individuals has been able to reconstruct a model of ancient Mesopotamian irrigation using natural levees. And we use this model to reconstruct the potential irrigated zone in this region. Based on reconstructed courses of the Tigris and Euphrates and a collection of reconstructed channels taken from remotely sensed data, we create a buffer around these channels to create a zone where irrigation agriculture could have been practiced. And it should be noted that the particular modifications that we make here are specific to the time frame that are under consideration. So at 6K, we have very little evidence for any use of large-scale irrigation technology outside of the southern Mesopotamian alluvium. So our reconstruction of the irrigated zone is limited to this particular area. For later timeframes, the extent of large-scale irrigation might be expanded to include other areas of the Near East. The resulting distribution of potential land use zones is illustrated here. And many areas of the Middle East are simultaneously suitable for an array of possible land use sites. And we assume that multiple land uses were likely occurring within each of these different zones. But we proceed with the assumption that ancient Middle Eastern communities that were employing varied land use strategies would largely have preferentially practiced land use types with more restrictive requirements, such as agriculture, for example, in zones that were most suitable for them. And we recognize that there's lots of scope to say that communities might have chosen in particular places and times to prioritize other land uses like pastoralism in optimal environments in preference over land uses like agriculture. But we make this simplifying assumption for the sake of modeling over large geographical scales. And we can think of this map as essentially a maximalist view of possible land use at a given point in time, but actual land use is probably only some fraction of this maximum possible extent. So we need to nuance this map of potential land use with archaeological data. And to do this, we return to the very large data set of archaeological sites that's been accumulated by the CLASS project. And the surveys that are combined in this data set represent a variety of different methodological approaches, survey intensities, and chronological precision. So from this settlement data set, we selected a sample of 74 high-quality systematic archaeological surveys that most accurately reflect settlement densities within the surveyed areas. These surveys have been selected on the basis of publication quality and also intercomparability between surveys due to the similarities in their aims and methodologies. And we extract from this data set sites that were likely occupied in a window around the 4000 BCE timeframe. The surveys that produced the settlement data have varying degrees of precision in their chronology. So the basic approach has been for each given survey to use the narrowest possible chronological range as defined by that individual survey. And then for each survey, the number of sites falling within each potential land use zone is compared to the total area attributed to that zone within the survey's boundaries in order to calculate site densities for each potential land use zone. The average site densities per square kilometer for each land use zone are then calculated on a regional basis. And if we first look at these site densities over the whole area of the Middle East, we can see that they're pretty much doing what we would expect them to do, which is a good sign. And site densities are quite low in marginal zones. They're higher in areas that have optimal conditions for particular land uses. Site densities in the irrigated zone in southern Iraq are highest among all of the agricultural zones, which is something we broadly expect. And interestingly, site densities are highest in areas of the southern Iraqi marshes where we reconstruct broad spectrum resource use. When we use these densities, we do so at a regional scale because the data clearly demonstrates that there are regional differences in both absolute site densities and in the distribution of site densities between different land use types. And you can see that illustrated quite well on this chart that shows the different regional site densities and their distribution by land use type. We use these site densities from well-surveyed areas to reconstruct what settlement is likely to have looked like across the region, including in unsurveyed areas where we don't have available data. In agricultural zones where crops are primarily rain-fed, we reconstruct fixed agricultural buffers around sites to calculate agricultural land use from settlement densities. And this radius is determined from land use reconstructions based on hollow-ways, which are shallow linear depressions that radiate from archaeological settlements in the Middle East and can be mapped via remote sensing. Hollow-ways are interpreted as evidence of root systems that are caused by repeated movements of humans and animals in the landscape, and they're thought to represent pathways used to travel between settlements and agricultural fields. They've been most widely used to reconstruct the likely extent of cultivation at settlements in the late 4th and early 3rd millennia BCE in the North Jazira region of northern Syria. And this is where they've been most systematically mapped, but they represent the best available reconstructions of the extent of cultivation for small agricultural villages and towns in the Middle East. In the irrigated agricultural zone, we assume a similar total cultivated area for each site to that observed for sites in the optimal agricultural zones, but we configure this area using a rectangular buffer of 3 kilometers on either side of the water course to which the site is related. In terms of animal herds, the sizes of these herds in terms of the absolute numbers are unknown in this period. We only get textual sources on the subject becoming available in the late 3rd and early 2nd millennium during the florescence of the wool industry. And at 6 KYA, we assume that there were unlikely to be large institutionally managed herds of the kinds that are attested in these later texts. So we use available ethnographic estimates of community-based household managed herd sizes and individual animal grazing requirements to provide us with rough estimates of the size of grazing territories. All of these land use reconstructions at a site level are then translated into a series of decision rules about how to prioritize and assign land uses at a pixel by pixel level. And the ultimate results of this process in terms of land use reconstructions appears here. This is a provisional reconstruction, and I'll talk about things we're still working on in a second, but this broadly reproduces what we might expect to be seeing happening, both in terms of the distribution of agricultural zones, as well as broadly speaking, areas of pastoralist activity. As part of this effort, we've also been incorporating a wide variety of zooarchaeological and paleobotanical data to characterize regional patterns in animal species and in cultigens that were in use in the time period of interest. And these are used to provide the variety of variables that are used to tag land uses that have been reconstructed and then map them onto the LandCover6k land use classification system. And this looks something like this. I won't go into detail here in the interest of time, but this allows us to link our land use classification and reconstruction to the 3-tier LandCover6k classification system, as well as to the various other relevant variables that have been created for these different land use types. There remain a number of finer points with this methodology that we're still sort of tinkering around with, and this includes different methods for using the site densities that we've calculated in weighting the reconstruction of settlement for unsurveyed areas, differences in the ways in which we prioritize and weight particular land uses in particular areas. So for example, arboricultural production, including olive and potentially grape, were land uses that were emerging as important land uses in this period, but they weren't yet widely used in all regions of the Middle East. So we're working on ways of prioritizing and assigning that land use type for this time period. And also, we're working on what we do in areas like, for example, Arabia, where we have very little settlement data on which to base our reconstructions. So as we finalize these land use reconstructions, we're moving towards a point where we are able to systematically compare the results of different kinds of approaches to modeling land use for this region. So including the settlement-based land use reconstruction that I've described here, but also the original LandCover6k reconstruction of land use that was published in the +1 paper earlier this year, and the radiocarbon data-based approach that has been used widely by the Europe group. So we're in a position where we can compare the kinds of results that are being produced by all of these different methods, and then also looking at comparisons of these reconstructions with previous land use reconstructions like HIDE 3.2 and KK10. Just a final thank you to a variety of people who have produced data or code or other reconstructions that we have used in this presentation. So thank you to all of those individuals, and that is all from me.
Okay, thank you so much, Lynn, for this very excellent paper. I particularly really appreciate this great example of demonstrating the thing that we end up talking about a lot, the why it's so problematic to try to apply the same process to all these different regions, where it's not appropriate to be doing it based on the differences in the archaeological data. And I thought that is a really nice illustration of why that's true in this data.
Yeah, I mean, I think as we go forward, there may be potential for increasing data now that we realize, I mean, not that we didn't realize the gaps in the radiocarbon data before, but I mean, now that Iraq is opening up, there's a possibility for being able to do that, but I think it's going to be slow, and we need to recognize that there are often exigent circumstances that prevent that kinds of data collection in certain areas.
Yes. So we have questions from people.
I don't see questions. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, thanks so much. So we are, if we don't have more questions, then we can definitely, if we have any in the text, please put them. So we've come up on the break in the session. It is just about on schedule here. So we'll have a 15-minute break now until 2:55 when we will reconvene to start the second half. So thank you, everybody, and we'll be back shortly.
Shed?
Yes.
Do you want me to take over after the break, or you continue?
Up to you. I'm fine either way.
You do it well.
Okay.
So if you are not too tired.
No, it's okay. I keep doing it.
That's fine.
Hi, Nikki, are you there?
Sorry?
Yes,
Yeah.
I am. Sorry. It's just, it flipped through and I couldn't see what you were plotting.
Sure. I'm not sure which one you're talking about, though. That's the only The one towards the end, I assume.
Yeah, I think it was a plot of
Maybe
the range of species, and it looked like it was being plotted against temperature, but I couldn't read the.
No, let me just
axis.
I'll put the slide back up and see. Share. I'm thinking maybe you mean this one.
Yes, that's the one.
So this is it's a plot basically looking at the distribution of faunal data specifically, and it's like a multi-dimensional plot basically to explain the variation in the frequency in the frequencies of different
I see.
faunal species, and the colors are related to the different land use types. So the purple is arboricultural zones that we had reconstructed as potentially being arboricultural zones, and green is agriculture, and orange is pastoralist. So it was looking at the influence of different potential land use types on the distribution of faunal species in the archaeological assemblages. And we've done similar stuff for the botanical data as well. I didn't show it on the slide because it was too kind of small and there are too many plots to be able to show it properly, but we've been doing similar stuff with botanical data.
Interesting.
This is so great, Lynn. I'm so excited to think about, all the kind of methodological innovations that you all are really pushing forward that we can expand, to other regions. So
yeah, I mean, we've tried to think quite a bit about, what the challenges are in terms of areas where we don't have data, and then what we can do about that, how we can try and get around that to get something that's a realistic reconstruction, that we're not just assuming that nothing is happening because we don't have any data in a particular region. So
right, or you have large areas, of course, where you either like research was done very early, sort of pre-radiocarbon dating, or just countries where it's not that common just for resource restrictions.
Yeah, or places where it's just super difficult to work in general. So
or that too, right?
And the problems that you describe, I think, become evident in our data set the further south of Europe we get. Once you get to Greece, you start to see this problem. And for instance, I think I just noticed the other day we had Cyprus up, but there's a blank on Cyprus, I think.
we have Cyprus
no, I know.
in ours. So
right. Like we have a virtual blank on the entire country of Bangladesh, which is the size of France. So it's it's a challenge.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes I think it has to be a bit of a hybrid approach where you're realizing that, okay, this is going to work in these areas and it's not going to work in another area, and we've got to do something different. So
I think we certainly will want to adjust some of our maps accordingly. It's just we've decided to take a more phased approach initially, but we do have to make some tweaks, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, we're sort of just now at the point where we're getting these plots, and it's kind of like, okay, what have we done specifically here? What makes sense? What do we think doesn't look right? What would happen if we changed tweaked certain things about how we prioritize things? And we're sort of doing that to see how much of a difference it'll make.
Yeah, it's great.
What time are we starting again, Chad?
At
5 to.
Okay.
Okay.
I better take a break.
5 to.
Yeah, I'll be back shortly.
It was superb, Lynn. Thanks.
Thank you.
Wonderful. When we met and all you have done since then.
Yeah, I mean, but time's getting along from us. It was a while ago that we said we were starting this. So,
but anyway, I think
we're getting there finally.
It's fantastic. Yeah. It's in fact Sandy Harrison that put us in.
Yeah, exactly.
So we should say this. It's her.
We should. Yeah.
It's her idea from the start.
Yeah.
Because she knew your group. Great.
All right, I'm going to turn off my camera for a second and go and take a quick break. I'll be back.
Yes, of course. See you all soon.
It started just 1 second, I think. Okay, so let's get started again. We have 5 more papers in the second half of this session. And so we'll start with Michela Mariani. If you should be able to go ahead and start sharing.
Sharing now. Do you see it?
Yes, great.
Perfect. Hang on a second. Okay. I'm a bit lost. Right. Hello, everyone. Here I present some of the results of the work that I've done around Australia in the past few years to estimate past land cover. And I'm very happy to present this today for this opportunity to represent Australia here. So thanks, Marie-José, for the invitation. And in particular, I want to say you will see some of the results in regards to the REVEALS pollen model and the pollen productivity estimates. So I thought I'd start with a couple of slides on the chronological journey of land cover reconstructions in Australia. I put here the year 2016 as a reference because I was working on this for my PhD, but I wasn't certainly the first one to investigate this matter. It's been since the 70s that researchers have tried to untangle the mysteries behind pollen depositions and pollen vegetation relationships in Australia. The first one was Peter Kershaw in the 70s, focusing on tropical rainforests in the north. Then we have David Walker in the 90s, always focusing on the tropical north. And then we've got a couple of more recent attempts in the early 2000s in more temperate settings too. So these pioneer studies were mostly localized or had some issues, meaning that up until this point, up until 2016, there was no proper quantitative vegetation estimates, but only semi-quantitative. And after 2016 is when we started to work on REVEALS. So we published new work aligning to the European methods. And so everything that was underpinning the REVEALS model was published, like the first pollen productivity estimates. So we managed to extend the application of REVEALS of land cover reconstructions in Australia to the area that you see in the ellipse, in the red ellipse below in the map. And I will present the key results here later in the talk, but here you see the 3 publications that basically contain most of what's being done in Australia on this front so far. Here is the REVEALS workflow that I'm sure you know already, more or less. So I'm not going into this into much detail, but the first step we know is to calibrate modern pollen vegetation relationships to get the pollen productivity estimates. So then we can apply those to the fossil records and have the land cover estimates. I'm showing this sketch here because nothing except from pollen counts, for some pollen counts that you see here, nothing was ever done in Australia before 2016. So it's all pretty new, and you can imagine there's still lots of potential and work left to do here. So when we started approaching the methodology, we soon realized that there were a couple of issues to overcome to successfully apply reveals in Australia. The first one was, of course, the scarcity or the lack of data about pollen vegetation relationships, RPPs calculations. So we had to do an extensive field campaign to collect surface samples and vegetation data. And then, of course, we had issues of untested pollen dispersal models in the Australian landscape with the Australian flora. This links to the following point, which is the assumed wind dispersal. So how do the models cope with animal pollinated plants? We learned from European papers that animal pollinated plants were initially avoided in this kind of approaches, but it's sort of impossible to do this in Australia as they make up a considerable portion of the flora here. The main point, I guess, to clarify here is that most Australian plants are actually pollinated by both animals and wind. So wind pollination is actually still very, very important. For example, in the case of the main canopy taxon in the Australian forests, that's eucalyptus, which is represented in the bottom right image here. And the final point to apply reveals is the scarcity of large lakes, which we know are required to obtain regional vegetation estimates using reveals, as the name says. And I'll touch upon these key issues in the next slides when I'll present the key findings from Southeast Australia. Here we are. So first, I'll start with our work in the island of Tasmania, where everything started. For those of you not so familiar with the geography of Australia, Tasmania is a state island around 400 kilometers off the coast of Southeast Australia. And it's about 300 kilometers wide and presents quite distinctive topography with mountains in the wet west and a more gentle topography in the drier eastern side of the island. But why did everything start here? Here are some of the reasons why we thought Tasmania was a very good first spot to test this approach. First, it's an island, so it's geographically constrained and the pollen source area should be limited. Then it has a simple flora with lots of endemic taxa, so that we could have a better taxonomic precision in comparison to the rest of Australia. And then it has more wind dispersed taxa than most Australian forests. So we wanted to test the performance of pollen dispersal models in a context where animal pollination is important together with wind pollination. And of course, Tasmania has an intriguing and debated vegetation history that really needed or still needs novel approaches. And fieldwork in Tasmania is quite intense. And you can imagine, so this was from the vegetation survey campaign. So you can see how time consuming this was to get the vegetation data. But the first round, we managed to get 27 sites for modern surface samples. And we did about 300 vegetation quadrats around this area. And we obtained plant cover estimates, plant cover data from the quadrats, which we could then average out to the region. So basically, with some GIS work, we extended our vegetation data cover up to 50 kilometers radius from each site. You can see here. And I mentioned also before that we didn't have any data about the performance of pollen dispersal models in this region. So we had to deal, with both animal and wind pollinated plants. So our approach involved testing the two main models that you see here, the two main models used in Europe, the Gaussian plume model and the Lagrangian stochastic model. I'm not going into much detail here about them, but what I should mention is that we use both models to produce RPPs and to undertake the model validation, which I'll show you soon. Here you see a table with our first resulting RPPs. These are the first ever estimates for Australia, and which also includes some of the key taxa. They're thought to be largely animal pollinated, including our reference taxon, which is eucalyptus, but actually a lot of the pollen from eucalyptus gets dispersed by wind. Eucalyptus was for us the best taxon to match the reference taxon criteria. So this is a widespread taxon found pretty much everywhere in Australia, with a good representation in both pollen and vegetation. And now I'm getting to the first ever application of reveals in Australia, and I believe in the Southern Hemisphere. You see the record, the location of the record here called Dove Lake, which has an area of about 1 square kilometer, and it's located in the western portion of Tasmania. And it was chosen as the first reveal site, together with another lake in the region, which is called Lake St. Clair, because they're the two biggest sites, the two biggest lakes in Tasmania. So we use the core top samples from these two sites to validate the reveals vegetation estimates in comparison to the actual regional vegetation derived from GIS. And you see here just one simple plot of the validation that we've done using a PCA. You see now it's empty at the moment. Now I'll show you the reveals results using both models, the pollen percentages and the actual vegetation cover. So the pollen data, they come up here. And then you see the actual vegetation, it comes up here. And then you see the results from the models. This is the LSM, and this is the reveals with the GPM. So you can see here straight away that the results from the models are actually better than pollen. They come up closer to the actual regional vegetation. And if you see closely, the results from the LSM are producing slightly better estimates. So long story short, we found that the LSM is the one that gives more realistic results in our Australian attempts. So I've used this for later applications that I'll show here. So what this validation does in a way, it's not just proving that reveals work fine on our records here, but also proves that the application in an area where animal pollinated plants are abundant is still valid, as reveals produces very estimates, they're very close to the actual vegetation. Of course, this is provided that there is a robust calibration and robust data set and testing of the dispersal models available. This is a summary of the results from Dove Lake. So this is a full Holocene from Dove Lake. The first panel that you see here represents the pollen percentages out of 100%. Green shades are forest taxa, and the red shades are non-forest taxa. The bright red is a specific moorland indicator. Quite important to focus on the red to green curves, because now when I switch to the model results, you can see they change quite a lot. So the proportions are very, very different. So if we focus, for example, on the mid-Holocene, 6,000 years, you can see that the pollen percentages would say that forest cover is about 80 to 90%. But when we switch to the actual land cover estimates from the two reveals models, you can see that the Gaussian plume model is saying that forest cover is actually 30–40%, and the LSM is 40 to 50%. So there is a lot of pollen is overestimating a lot of the forest cover here. And I mentioned before that we also have the issue of large lakes in Australia. And here's what we've done to test the multiple sites approach. We know to run reveals, to get the regional vegetation estimate, we have these two options. So we can run reveals on one big lake or multiple small lakes. And we've done this. So we compared the results from Dove Lake with multiple sites in the region, just around Dove Lake, like a kilometer away from the site. So we found 4 small lakes, and we ran reveals again. You can see the resolution is lower because, of course, we had to bin the data. Yeah, you can see the trend and the amounts are pretty much the same. So the answer to this question for us is a yes. So does reveals show comparable results for multiple small sites? Yes, that's good. It's working. So it's a great tick for us. And now I'm moving on to the first application of reveals in mainland Australia. So we focus on the southeastern portion of the continent now. And here we faced some new and old challenges. For example, we had to deal with different species, different assemblages, different bioclimate. And on top of this, we had the good old challenges, for example, the mixture of animal and wind pollinated plants and the scarcity of large lakes. So because of the slightly different bioclimate and different species, the first step we had to do is to recalibrate modern pollen vegetation to get new pollen productivity estimates and a new validation data set. So basically we had to start everything over. What we've done in Tasmania, we sort of replicated for mainland Australia. We needed some new RPPs for different taxa. Some of the taxa were actually the same, but of course different species involved. So in a way, yeah, we started this all over again, new GIS work, new surveys, a new validation. And this has been about 2 years in the making now. And the paper with the RPPs should be out early next year. It's in press at the moment. Here you find the combined RPPs from Tasmania and the Southeast mainland. We achieved a total of 19 taxa that you see represented here in 3 different colors. Grasses and herbs are yellow. Then you have the light green, which are the shrubs, and deep green are the trees. To be consistent with previous results from Tasmania, we have adopted the LSM to calculate the new RPPs. So all the PPs that you see here are based on the Lagrangian stochastic model. You see the reference taxon, still eucalyptus with 1 again, and the most of other taxa have RPPs lower than 1. For some shrubs, the RPPs are very close to 0. They are severely underrepresented in the pollen spectra. So, and you see also that the most productive overrepresented taxa are Alocasia, which is the picture here at the top. And then you have Arthrotaxis, and eucalyptus basically is third. Notophagus is another one. So Arthrotaxis and Notophagus are actually wind pollinated, but eucalyptus and Casuarina are thought to be animal pollinated, but they're still producing a lot of pollen and dispersing very well. And you also see, for example, for the grasses, Poaceae, they come up with a low PP, which is quite consistent to what we see in Europe as well. So you can easily guess what the overestimation of tree taxa, the deep green taxa here, what this does to the pollen records, and how we can easily fall into the trap of interpreting pollen diagrams by overestimating trees. And here again is a validation PCA, this time for mainland Australia. So before we can apply these to the fossil records again, we have validated reveals using 8 core top samples from large lakes in Western Victoria. And you see the different lakes with different symbols here. And you see that if you focus on the colorful stuff here, so the light green is the actual vegetation around 50-kilometer radius from every single site. And then you have the pollen percentages in orange, sort of yellow. And then you have the deep green are the reveals estimates. And you can see here is that you can see that the reveals estimate actually overlap with the actual vegetation. So the key message once again is reveals is producing better results than pollen percentages, and we knew that already. But so it's really encouraging. And now what I'll show you is the application on multiple sites around mainland Australia. So while this is all exciting and for Australia it's all pretty new, of course, our aim wasn't just to test the performance of models or testing the reveals per se. But of course, we have deeper conceptual reasons for which we find necessary applying these methodologies to estimate past land cover. So you see it written here, reveals is or has been a tool to answer very important questions in Australia. The questions that you see are in particular focused around the nature of Southeastern Australian landscape, whether it's an ancient cultural landscape or not, and also what sort of changes in the vegetation we had after the colonial invasion in late 1700s. So before these applications, we had access to some scattered empirical evidence based on pollen percentages and some ethnographical material, like the painting that you see here. This dates to the early 1800s and depicts the landscape around a lake in Western Victoria as a quite sparse savanna. If we go to this place today and you see this, so you have a vegetation, it's a lot denser, has become overgrown by shrubs and trees following the removal of Aboriginal people in the area. So just to get a bit of background here to clarify, so you see here just a brief introduction of the history of Australian continent from a human perspective. Australia was colonized about 60,000 years ago, as far as we know, and Aboriginal people have been using fire to manipulate the landscape for this time. This has been done to clear some patches of land and to maintain mosaic vegetation, to favor at the same time hunting, cultural practices, sheltering, and also to maintain easy paths through country. After 1788, we had the British arrival, and you can imagine what happened there with, from the painting here, with a series of Aboriginal massacres and removal of people from the land, as it usually happens with colonization. But anyway, the main point I want to make here is that land was expropriated and as colonials needed for their farming activities. So Aboriginal cultural burning stopped at that point. The colonials brought cattle and sheep in, they brought all sorts of exotic plants. Together with the cessation of cultural burning, this would of course change vegetation in the region. So in a quite tight time frame, only about 200 years, we can imagine there would have been a quite drastic change in terms of land cover and land management. So from the ethno-historical evidence, now we move on to the pollen evidence, and this is an example of how the long-term history of Tasmanian vegetation was perceived from pollen data. So here's a summary from 4 pollen records, and you see the deep green color again is representing the rainforest pollen percentages from 4 different sites throughout most of the Holocene. And this was used to argue rainforest dominance throughout the Holocene in Tasmania. But was actually this the case? So there was actually a dominance of the rainforest, or was that a bias of the pollen records? So was it more like this, maybe? And what we've done by comparing these previous results, the pollen percentages with the model outputs, you can see they look quite different. So the way that Tasmanian vegetation was perceived before these models was a totally different landscape with an overestimation of forests and rainforests. So we basically, if you read the paper in 2017, there is a lot of information about this, sort of a long story to tell here, but this was published in Journal of Biogeography in 2017. So we could use this the modeling data from Tasmania to confirm or to support another series of evidence that says that Tasmania, this region of Tasmania, is actually an ancient cultural landscape, and it was inhabited by humans throughout the Holocene. It was maintained open throughout the Holocene, in comparison, in contrast to what other people were saying. So as I said, there is more detail in the paper. Moving on to mainland Australia now, I'm presenting the latest REVEALS application, which is still in press after a long, ridiculous journey with the publisher. We've been waiting for months now. Anyways, we applied REVEALS to 51 pollen records that span the last 1,000 years. So we could capture the pre and post colonial transition and land cover changes. We use the 19 taxa, for which we have RPPs for, and we use the structural type. And now I'm going to show you just a quick view of the results. So it was quite a lot of data to deal with, and we sort of synthesized this for the paper, but also for the presentation, it's easier to show you. So here on the map, you have just the shrubs I'm showing. So you have the shrub cover after colonial arrival. So the post is the shrub anomaly. Only sites with a positive anomaly are showing here. And you see here the dots have different colors, and you see the legend below. So we have an increase in shrubs after the colonial settlement, especially in forest and forest woodland and mixed vegetation. And on average across the region, this increase is about 11%, which if you translate this into square kilometer or in fuel load amount is quite of a big amount that we're talking about. And the most likely explanation for this is the cessation of First Nations burning practices in the area, which has led to a subsequent accumulation of woody fuels across East Australia. And if you see there is on the right, you see a map of charcoal influx. This is showing the sites with a positive charcoal influx. And if you see the area where you see they have the big increase in charcoal, it's along the eastern coast of Australia, where we had the recent catastrophic events that we've seen in the media last year, the Black Summer bushfires of 2020. So here's a key message. Thanks to the application of REVEALS, we found an increase in percent cover of the shrub layer, which has led to an overall increase in fuel load, and due to an increased connectivity of the ground and canopy through this layer. This in turn has enhanced the intensity and severity of climate change driven wildfires in the region to the extreme levels that we have seen last year. So these recent catastrophic fires have sparked debates around the implications of cultural burning and landscape management in bushfire mitigation, under, of course, the impending pressures posed by climate change. And if we can understand how different management approaches result into different land cover estimates, this is, of course, key to develop informed mitigation, bushfire mitigation programs, and REVEALS does work to help us with this issue. I'm looking forward to expand the applications of REVEALS onto more of the mainland and potentially further back in time, starting with the Holocene first, and then maybe further back with some additional calibrations. And these spatial and temporal extensions will help solving more broad scale issues like the quantification of land cover changes with major climatic transitions or biological events like the megafauna extinction. And of course, this would extend the efficiency of coupled climate vegetation models in the region. If you are interested to have more information about the results of all this, I'm happy to chat via email. Otherwise, there are the references here. As said, the last one is in press. But yeah, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this excellent paper. We are just over time. If we had any quick question, it'd be great if someone has something we ask briefly, or we can move on. And if there's a longer question, we can do it in the chat, please. Okay, so the next paper is JB, Jennifer Bates. JB, you should be co-host and can go ahead.
Yeah, I think Michela needs to unshare her screen.
I got it.
Thank you. Okay. And then just go into here. Ooh. Hopefully you can all see that. And I'm just going to share it to presenter so I can see my notes. Okay, so I'm delighted to be able to present some of the work done by the South Asia Land Group today, and I'm just going to hasten to point out that this is the work of many, many people. And what I'm going to present today is the progress that we've made on the 12K and the 6K time slices. So the South Asia Working Group covers modern-day India, Pakistan, Bengal, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and outlying islands. And as I say, we've been working on time slices outlined in the LandCover6k remit, but currently we're focused on bringing the 12K and 6K mapping work, the interpretations of this to publication stage. The paper is currently drafted and being read by members of the coordinating team before it will be circulated to the wider South Asia Working Group for review, revision, and submission. The working group comprises of scholars from across the globe and has met at several workshops to complete mapping, and then by email and Zoom in smaller groups to talk through some of the fine details. The workshop process has involved discussion and physical drawing on maps to place both the wider land use patterns and individual sites in place. These have then been transferred to GIS by Dr. Chad Hill, and the coordinating group have worked to refine these with help from the working group. The mapping and associated references have informed the papers and the discussion. Land use in South Asia today is characterized by great diversity. There are numerous forms of land use found at present, some of them shown here on the screen. And in part, this high diversity follows from significant environmental diversity across the subcontinent. We have everything from tropical humid areas to temperate highlands and significant areas of aridity. But some of this land use diversity also relates to path-dependent histories of land use change. And to this end, the publication of the paper from the South Asia Group is going to set a foundation for a long-term analysis of land use change in South Asia. And specifically by looking at 12K and 6K, we're investigating not only agriculture, and farming, which are the larger land use patterns we're seeing today, but also significant time periods before farming. So this is a really important and probably the first ever synthesis of this archaeological data of land use in South Asia that's highlighting the deep time history of land use variations. Now, like all LandCover6k regional groups, the South Asia Group is working with the LandCover6k database classification schemes. And that database is includes the hierarchy, the levels, but also information on variables like crops, domesticated animals, irrigation, and so forth. But unfortunately, because of the way of analysis and reporting, the faunal and floral data, particularly for 12K and 6K, can be quite rare at these time periods. So thinking about data coverage and data quality is particularly important and is being included in the database. The database is constructed using the custom geodatabase in Esri's ArcGIS platform. It's using the 8 kilometre by 8 kilometre global grid that the rest of the LandCover6k community are also using. And we're thinking about the dominant land use for each of these 64 kilometre square grid areas. So we recognise that there's probably a mosaic of things happening in these areas, but also that we're thinking mostly about the dominant land use for those grid squares. Okay. Now, of the potential land use categories that have been outlined in the Morrison et al. 2021 paper, there are 4 land use 1 categories that are of relevance to the 6K and 12K time slices. And I've put the 2 maps up here so you can see them, and it kind of heads up the rest of this paper. There are 4, as I say, that are particularly relevant, and the first is no land use. Now, that's different from no data, and we're using no land use to talk about regions without human presence. So we're having to think really carefully about the difference between no data and no land use, and making that assessment quite carefully. We also have minimal extensive areas, so areas where human land use is scattered, transitory, ephemeral, and that might be an area where we have people passing through it, for example. The most widespread, though, of the land uses is land use 1, hunter-gatherer, fisher, foraging. But within this, there's also significant evidence of land use 2 categories, specifically hunter-gatherer, foraging only, broad-based and marine aquatic resources, and low-level food production. And then finally, the 4th category we're seeing is land use 1, agriculture. That comes in South Asia sometime between 12 and 6K, but at 6K, agriculture is very much established in some areas. We were thinking about whether or not we could use the level 2s for agriculture, things like herbaceous ground crops, but we'd need more significant evidence of things like fallowing and intensity of the agriculture, and we don't really have that level of resolution just yet in the data sets. Before looking at some of the detail of these time slices, though, there's quite a critical point to be made about chronology. One of the real challenges we've had, particularly with 12 and 6K in South Asia, stems from the way that chronologies have been set up or described, and particularly the terminologies. So ages, for example, microlithic, Acheulean, Mesolithic, these terms get sort of mixed up. Things like Paleolithic, Mesolithic, and Neolithic have been borrowed from European archaeology without consideration of how they fit with South Asian archaeological finds. And microlith has been a particularly challenging term, shall we say, for the finds that we have. It's often used to define the age between the Paleolithic and then agriculture brackets Neolithic. But the problem with this is that there's very few radiometric dates, and microliths can be found from 24,000 years ago through to centuries AD. So defining something purely by microliths is really problematic. One of the things that we've done then is that if a site has been dated purely by microliths alone as being Mesolithic, we've had to exclude it from the data set because it could be across a huge range of time periods. If we've got other forms of dating, radiocarbon or other chronological markers, we've included it. It's reduced the number of sites that we have significantly to work with, but it makes for a stronger data set. And this is just something with terminological and chronological issues that might be something to bear in mind for other regions of the world, not just South Asia, but it's particularly relevant here. And also, just before outlining 12 and 6K, it's also useful to know what's going on before the Holocene. So South Asia is a pivotal location for the dispersal of Homo sapiens out of Africa and the Middle East because it sits on a key geographic and biogeographic region. But paradoxically, what we have is a better understanding, let's say, or more sites for the deep history of South Asia than we do at 12K. And you can see here the Paleolithic sites. We have a vast number of 30,000 year ago and 45,000 year ago sites, and much fewer at 12K. And that's probably related not to a reduction in the number of people or cultural changes, but that issue of dating that I just mentioned. And different research priorities. So that's, again, something that we've been dealing with and thinking about and how it's going to affect our data sets. But looking to the 12K, what we have is a subcontinent moving out of the last glacial maxim and into sort of a period of more stabilized, warmer, moist conditions. Obviously, we have that little fluctuation of the Younger Dryas, so brief return to colder, more arid conditions. But generally speaking, the Holocene, warmer and sort of more pleasant, let's say. And what we're seeing in 12K is hunter-gatherer fisher foraging across most of the region. But within this, there is diversity relating to archaeological sites and specific bioregions. And looking to some of those specific regions, we're seeing some really fun patterns emerging. In higher elevations, such as in the Western and Eastern Ghats, we're seeing different pockets of hunter-gatherer fisher foragers, minimal extensive and no human land use, perhaps relating to the rugged topography, access to it by people. In areas of densely forested regions like in Bhutan, Northeast India and Bangladesh, there's some particular challenges. This could be related to a lack of access, or it could be related to a lack of research. So that's something we're really having to play with and think about. Now, in the Himalayas, we've actually been able to use an elevation model to think about what kind of categories we put. Up to 2,000 meters above sea level, we've made a provisional limit for hunter-gatherer fisher foragers at 12,000, at 12K. And this is based on sites from southern Tajikistan, which suggests that particular land use up to that altitude. Sites above this are much more ephemeral in character, and we've been labeling those as minimal extensive, up to 4,000 meters above sea level. And above 4,000 meters above sea level, we've put no human land use. Now, there is the site of Chisang, which is a debated site, both chronologically and in terms of land use. But other than that, above 4,000 meters above sea level, there are no sites. And so given that Chusang is so debated, we've been happy placing up to 2,000 meters as hunter-gatherer fisher-forager, between 2,000 and 4,000 meters above sea level, minimal extensive, and then above that as no land use. Most of our sites, though, are in the mid to low elevations. We've got a huge range of sites across the region, and these are our hunter-gatherer fisher-foragers. There is some sort of patchy and uneven distribution, but we're suggesting that this is probably related to the way that research has been carried out rather than necessarily distribution of people. Looking to the way that some of the surveys have been carried out, and you can see where our sites have been located. What we're seeing, though, is diversity in hunter-gatherer fisher-forager strategies. The microliths, surprisingly, have actually been useful here when we've got other dating materials to go with them. Often we don't have the kind of faunal or floral data that we need to make some of the more fine-tuned level 2 analysis. So that's something, again, to grapple with. One area, though, that is an exception to our hunter-gatherer fisher-forager rule is the tar desert. The tar desert is an area of high aridity, and although it was probably recolonized with the resumption of the more humid conditions in the Holocene, there is a lack of clear continuous occupation in the tar desert core at 12 or 6K. And as such, we've coded it as minimal extensive. And we've chosen minimal extensive rather than no human land use because there are a few ephemeral sites in this core area, and we have occupation around the edge. So as such, it suggests that people are moving across it. So this is an area that we've been marking as minimal extensive with hunter-gatherer fisher-foragers around it. And coastline change is also something we've been thinking about a lot. There's the difficulty of sort of deltic areas, and one of the real challenges has been the Bay of Bengal on the Ganges, Brahmaputra, Meghana floodplains. The sediments that formed there formed during the Holocene. They've been accumulating and eroding a vast amount due to things like sea level change, active river channels, intensity changes in the summer monsoon, and also more recent activity such as British colonial activity changing the barrages to affect port access. We've been using Hiroi and Mukherjee's papers to think about where we should place the coastlines. You can see here one of the models that's been used. One of the things, though, we do know is that in the sort of the lower parts of the basin, most of the sites are likely to be buried under a huge amount of sediment. So that's really causing some issues about where we place no land use versus no data. But in the western upland areas of the Bengal Basin, we have really nice evidence at sites like Birbanpur and Midnapur at 12K for hunter-gatherer fisher-foragers. In our island context, I'll give you the example of Sri Lanka. There's more examples in the draft paper. But with Sri Lanka, we have the really interesting situation that sea level rise and fall have affected its island status. At 12K, it would probably not have been an island. It would have been connected by a land bridge to the mainland. This would have disappeared during the early to mid Holocene as sea levels changed. There's a really deep tradition of microlith use from the lower Paleolithic right the way through. But what we see at 12K is that people are occupying cave and rock shelters like Batadombalina and Phar Hien, and exploiting a rainforest, a wet zone subsistence base. But by 12K, we're starting to see a pattern of diversification coming in. People are starting to occupy the interface between the wet and the dry zone. So sites like Belan, Bandi, Palasa, where we have this sort of mixed exploitation happening. There's also the interesting example of the Horton Plains, which is where we're starting to see some other kinds of land use coming in, or at least some debate about this. There's a discussion going on about in the literature about whether or not we're seeing the earliest evidence of agriculture in Sri Lanka. This is based on pollen and microcharcoal evidence relating to rice, oats, and barley. This is highly debated, and given that it's pollen and microcharcoal evidence, and there's lack of evidence for domestication of these plants, we're placing it as hunter-gatherer, fisher-forager, land use 2 level, low-level food production, as we can't yet argue that it's domesticates and therefore agriculture. But that's certainly an interesting pattern. But when we turn to 6K, what we see are patterns of mostly continuity, but some diversification within this. It's a continuity of hunter-gatherer fisher-foragers, but there's also a couple of little changes that come in here. And one of those key developments is agriculture. So in the Indo-Iranian borderlands, for example, we see a shift from foraging to the full suite of domesticated products. So sheep, goats, cattle, wheat, barley at sites like Mehrgarh, which is that large archaeological complex on the Bolan River, and a few other sites also in this area. We could argue that places like Kiligul Muhammad should be placed as pastoralist. This is in the literature, for example, but until there's a clear zooarchaeological and archaeobotanical data set, we've opted to class it as agricultural as well. And using work by people like Petrie and Thomas, who've noted that similar to other old world sites in the Fertile Crescent in North China, for example, these early agricultural sites seem to be located not on the river plains, but on alluvial fans in the hilly flanks. So we've been able to use that as a rule to class things. Anywhere there's an alluvial fan in a hilly flank in the Indo-Iranian borderlands, we've marked it as a grid square having agriculture. Moving down onto those plains, though, onto the Indus River floodplain, we've got the problem of alluviation. Alluvial deposits burying sites. There's some discussion in the literature about whether or not chaff-tempered pottery indicates agriculture, but without good archaeobotanical and zooarchaeological data, we've decided that we're going to classify it as hunter-gatherer fisher-forager for the time being. Outside of that alluvial zone, at places like Birana in Haryana, though, we do have good evidence at 6K for agriculture as the primary resource base. Down in Gujarat, though, we've got slightly different patterns. We've got mixes of domesticated and wild products at places like Lateshwar and Vahavo Timbo. So we're still discussing whether we place this as agriculture or more likely putting it into the low-level food producing section of hunter-gatherer fisher foraging. And if we move into the Gangetic plains, we have a slightly different pattern going on. This is another area where people have discussed if this could be early agriculture. But based on the modern genetics and on the number of spikelet bases and the current morphometrics on the grain, we're placing this as low-level food production, so cultivation of a wild rice resource. But again, this can be moved if more data comes available. And we're seeing this at sites like Lahura Dewa, Chopani Mando, Juicy, Hetapati, and it links in very well with some of the zooarchaeological data, for example, which is showing a predominance of wild resources. One of the things, though, this does show us is that while we have in the Indo-Iranian borderlands people exploiting domestic non-native crops in an agricultural system, and in other regions like the Gangetic Plain, the cultivation of a native resource, water is clearly a really critical resource during this time period for this more diversified set of strategies. Different kinds of ways that water are being used, but it's clearly really important. And this is something that we're highlighting as a really important area for future research. But within all of this, one of the things that comes up again and again in the literature is that the minute that cultivation and agriculture appear, this becomes the dominant story in all the narratives. And it's obscuring a really important pattern, which is that hunter-gatherer fisher foraging is pretty much the main story. Within that hunter-gatherer fisher foraging, though, there's a really interesting pattern of diversification happening in the resource base. Things like new coastal land appearing because of the sea level changing, and these resources are starting to be available for people. So things like the Indus Delta and Makran coastlines and mangrove lagoons like Lake Saranda are starting to be used, and we're seeing a real focus on exploiting them. So this broad-based marine resource starting to be used. We see this also in Sri Lanka, where again, we've got this sort of expansion into the dry zones as well as the wet zones, and the use of new coastal resources. So in some cases along the coastline of Sri Lanka, we're seeing 4-kilometer wide shell middens developing. So broad-based marine aquatic resources becoming really important in parts of Sri Lanka, for example. So overall then what we have is a pattern of mosaic ecologies, leading to, or perhaps lending themselves to hunter-gatherer fisher foraging, but also diversity within this. And this diversity increases over the 12K to 6K patterns. And we're starting to see some pockets of agriculture and cultivation developing, but it's continuity that's the main trend. And that, I think, is a really important thing to highlight in any work that goes forward. So what the South Asia group then has done with the 12 and 6K paper is provide this first systematic and detailed overview of the subcontinent at this time, highlight this pattern of hunter-gatherer fisher foraging and the diversity and diversification within this, as well as noting that agriculture and cultivation are starting to come in during this particular moment. And it will be a really important data set, not only for the archaeologists, but for the vegetation and climate modelers. And avenues for future research and work are to finish the preparation and submission of the 12K and 6K paper, to work on the 4K mapping, and to link this, the subcontinent data with the 12K and 6K data from surrounding regions like the Near East, to see how our mosaic hunter-gatherer fisher foraging patterns link in with broader chronological and regional trends. And with that, I just want to say that this is a vast undertaking. It continues to be, and there are too many people to thank individually. I've put the names up here. If I've missed anyone, I do apologize. And we just want to thank you for everything you've done for the working group.
Thank you so much, JB.
That was a whistle-stop tour through quite a lot of data.
Yes, again, I think highlighting this, what I was saying in the previous land use talk, of the differences in regions and the limits of chronologies and site published data requiring different approaches. And so in this case, is incredibly deep dive into the literature to pull things together in a useful way. We have just a minute also if we have any questions for JB.
I just have a remark to make. I think it's Jennifer gave a wonderful example. I mean, somehow she was able to unfold what happened behind the scene. And I think that's very important, because we talk a lot, about all the various regional groups and what kind of work was going on and how it was going on. And I think it was very enlightening to see, all the decision-making processes that were part of the little map that at certain points appear. And, it is not just the fact of having some data on the table, it's the fact of how to interpret that data in the correct way and how that data enters then the database and the mapping exercise. And I think this is key of showing the many years of work that have been done by the various geographical groups. And because all the other paper I know will be more focused on the methodologies and what has been developed and things. And I think that this paper was really, really good to show what happened behind the scene, on how the exercise that tens and tens of people did over several years to reach the stage where we are at the moment. So thanks, Jenny, for this.
Thank you. It's been a process where everyone has to come together and discuss things. It's not just you do it and you have a map. And I think it's really important to highlight the huge amount of work that everyone has put in and continues to do so, because it's not a finished product in a way. Even once it's published, it's not finished. We have to keep going back, adding to it, changing things as new data comes forward.
Okay, so thank you very much again. So we should move on. Now we have Navya and Anupama. And I think you should be a co-host, so you can go ahead. Yes, great.
Hello, everyone. It is nice to see Kathy Morrison also. Hello, Kathy. So, yeah, I'm going to present the quantifying pollen records in mostly in Southeast India, using the quantification of land cover reconstruction, mainly using REVEALS and ERV model. So the presentation is going to be in two parts, and I'll be presenting the first part, obtaining the relative pollen productivities from the Southeast Indian region. So pollen, once it is formed for the purpose of reproduction, and once it is dispersed from the anther, it will be carried to the stigma, or it might be carried away by bee, or it might be settled in the ground, and those pollen which are settled in the ground will be carried, some of the pollen will be carried to the water, and this wasted pollen later were used for to trace the vegetation history. So interpretation of the past vegetation cover using pollen as a tool from the fossil sedimentary record started since Von post 1916. Conventionally, this pollen percentages were directly interpreted as land cover, but there is a drawback. The drawback is nothing but there is no one-to-one relation between the plants and the pollen they produce. Hence, there is a necessity of a standard protocol to translate pollen counts into actual land cover, and the quantitative past land cover reconstruction was later being established by Sugita, which involves the calculation of relative pollen productivities, which is the assessment of present day pollen representation in surface sediment using ERV model. And this model, it is based on the hypothesis that plant and pollen morphology remain the same at least during the quaternary period. Thus, the pollen day, the present day pollen and vegetation data can be used as modern analog to understand the past vegetation. So this was carried for my doctoral thesis, and the first research objective was, the research question was this, that to is it possible to quantify Holocene land cover in tropical India using pollen data? And to address this question, we had two objectives. One was to calculate relative pollen productivities from the taxa from South India using extended R-value model, and to apply this obtained RPPs in the Holocene pollen records from the sediment cores within the same biogeographic zone to quantify the past land cover using REVEALS model. So the workflow goes like this. The modern pollen vegetation data was extracted and applied in ERV model, extended R-value model, to understand the relationship between pollen and vegetation, which also calculate the relative pollen productivity estimates. And once this RPPs were estimated, this will be applied to the fossil pollen data to reconstruct the past land cover. Let me briefly explain the basic definition or the basic equation of extended R-value, that the pollen deposition of taxon I in a bog or lake is equal to the pollen productivity of that species I into the distance weighted plant abundance with relevant source area of pollen. I'll be explaining about what is RSAP in the later slides, plus the pollen loading beyond RSAP, which is also called as background pollen. So these are the inputs. First one is pollen counts. Then second one is distance weighted vegetation data, and third one is the fall speed pollen, which will be used to extract the relative pollen productivity and RSAP of the region. So for RPP estimation, 14 modern vegetation sampling sites were used, and these sites were selected from the Alpicia Amara biogeographic zone, which received most of its rainfall from northeast monsoon, and the landscape having the vegetation mostly of tropical dry evergreen forest. So the site selection was based on first available topo sheets. Then this were compared with the Google imageries and then finalized after direct field visits. Stratified random sampling method was used for the sampling. Then once the site is fixed, a random point in the field was selected and the surface soil sample was collected that defines the central point for the vegetation survey. So Crackle's protocol was used for pollen and vegetation extraction, and which includes different zones, zone A, B, C. From zone A is 0 to 10 meters, and 0 to 10 meters, a fixed array of 21 quadrants were laid, including the central point, from which the vegetation data was extracted. So from 0 to 10 meters, the vegetation extraction or vegetation data was quite intense. And from 10 to 100 meters, the vegetation survey was less intense, considering the fact that the contribution of pollen by decrease by increasing distance. So contribution, let me repeat, the contribution of pollen by the plants decrease by increasing distance. And from 100 to 1000 meters, satellite images and topo sheets were used. And from 0 to 100 meters, the vegetation data was exclusively extracted using the Crackle software. And from 100 to 1000 meters, we used RGS. So this vegetation extraction was carried out in a 1 meter increment around the sampling point. Let me talk about what is fall speed. Fall speed is the velocity of pollen to settle in the ground. For fall speed calculation, Sukita in 2012, he made up a software which using the law, Stokes law, which also considered the shape factor also. So this is the pollen percentage diagram of the 20 pollen taxa selected for the extended R-value model. So the 20 taxa selection was completely based on the significance of these pollen in fossil pollen spectrum and their abundance in both pollen and vegetation data. And the taxa should be represented in both pollen and vegetation data in a minimum number halves of the total number of sites. This is the examples of vegetation or land use maps created for each of the 14 sites included in the site study. 18 communities were there from all the 14 sites. Then the fall speed, this is a fall speed data which was calculated for same 20 set of taxa, where you can see that acacia and borassus, they have a high fall speed. And also, when you see this list of taxa, some taxa are anemophilous, or some are exclusively entomophilous also. Then let us see what you get when you run ERV model. So this is the likelihood function score, which plots 0 is a sampling point and this is a distance. So by plotting likelihood function score against the distance, relevant source area of pollen can be estimated, where you can see a decrease in the graph, which decline at a particular point. We calculate the asymptote, we calculate as a relevant source area of pollen. And that is why, because after this asymptote, the pollen vegetation relationship does not improve. So that depicts the RSAP. And also, this is the best distance at which to extract RPPs, because the values do not change significantly beyond RSAP. So this is another scat plot, which is also called scatter plot, to understand the pollen vegetation relationship. For x-axis is the distance weighted vegetation data, and y-axis is the pollen data, and the slope is the relative pollen productivity, and the intercept is the background pollen. So let us see the main results of our study. That I have plotted the likelihood function curve of Prentice model then 1 by D, 1 by distance, and L is a model for both for all the ERV 1, 2, and 3. So this is ERV 1 and this is ERV 2, and the final one, which is the best likelihood function curve, is ERV 3. Printer's model gives the best likelihood function curve. So likelihood function, based on this likelihood function score, 6 set of taxa was selected: Poaceae, Acacia, Dodonia, Justicia, Melastomacea, and Grantia. And let us see the likelihood function curve in the field. So in a field, suppose this is the site for pollen sampling, and around the pollen sampling, distance weighted abundance survey was carried out with the intense vegetation survey was around 0 to 100 meters, same considering the fact that more pollen will be contributed by the plants nearby and less will be from the plants which lives further. So let us see the graph. 0 is the sampling point and this is the distance. And you can see there is an asymptote in 164 meters, which is the RSAP distance for this study, where most of the pollen was contributed within 164 meters. And this is the scatter plot. Raw data you see in the right, what you see is raw data, and now we are seeing is the adjusted data after the run. And the scatter plot represents the pollen vegetation relationship at distance corresponding to the radius 164 meters, where we defined RSAP distance. So the relative pollen productivity of 6 taxa finally was derived using Poaceae as the reference taxa. Acacia, Dodonia, Justicia had high pollen productivities, and now you can see other pollen productivities derived from other ERV runs. This ERV1, printers and 1 by D is shown in green, and in purple it is ERV2, and the final one is ERV3, and dark blue is the final result where we finalize the relative pollen productivity. So by this, Dr. Anupama will be continuing the application of RPP in for the quantitative reconstruction of past land cover.
Okay, so are you able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so to take off where Navya left you, we have the pollen productivity estimates for 6 taxa, including Poaceae, and based on the quantitative modeling approach, the first part has been completed, and now we go into the application of the pollen productivity estimates that we obtained for the Southeast Indian taxa in the Acacia albizia biogeographic zone to fossil records in the same biogeographic zone. And this application of REVEALS would be the first attempt to try to reconstruct quantitatively Holocene pollen records at a regional level using this modeling method. So basically, to summarize how the whole process of the REVEALS model happened, it's been a long challenge for paleopellinologists to quantify past vegetation from the pollen deposited in sediments or in other archives. And since 1963 with Davis, to understand this quantitatively and to do the reconstruction quantitatively based on the pollen percentages, and many other approaches have been done until 2007, when we got the REVEALS model introduced by Sugita. So basically the REVEALS model has 3 important parameters, as I think many people here know: the pollen productivity estimates, which Navya had been talking to you about. There's also the pollen dispersal function, and we also need the pollen counts from the sites. The size of the sites is also very important. So you need to have sites which are greater than 50 to 100 hectares inside, in the size. So, and this size also is an important parameter for this modeling. So to take you back to the landscape from which we got the pollen productivity estimates, which Navya showed you, the Acacia albizia biogeographic zone. And we have the primary site for the fossil application, which is at Chinnababu Samudram, which is located within this matrix of sites where we got the pollen productivities. We also took 2 additional sites south of this, but located within the same biogeographic zone for this model application. And this is Porayar and Uttarangudi, and these were published by Mahapatra et al. In 2019 and 21. And this was basically to improve the robustness of this quantitative reconstruction, and also to have less standard errors in the different time windows where we are doing the reconstruction, because more number of pollen samples in each of the time windows will reduce the standard error of the reconstruction. So what did we do? So first, the Bacon-aged model, which I think Navya showed you already in the presentation in the last session for the SBS, but we also carried it out for Porayar and Uttarangudi. And a total of nearly 90 samples altogether, distributed in the way which is shown, 13, 41, and 34 from the different sites. And the time windows that we used were actually from Trondman et al. 2015, because this is to facilitate comparison at a global scale and also for later climate modeling applications. So nearly all the time windows except 2, we had pollen samples, and so the reconstructions could be made within all those time windows. The important parameters for the REVEALS model, to summarize again, so from the output result of the ERV model, which we are presented, you have the relative pollen productivities, but you also have the variance and covariance of the selected taxa. We also need the fall speeds of the individual pollen fossil taxa selected, and we need, of course, the fossil pollen data, and as I told you earlier, the size of the basin. So now, again, to go back to the relative pollen productivities, we have these 6 taxa, which Navya had presented the results for. But for the REVEALS application, we also used secondary RPPs from Lee et al. 2017. So we used 3 taxa for which we added, and we assumed that for the moment, we will use these for the reconstruction. So this was very important, and maybe we could discuss why we did this and how we went about choosing these taxa exactly. We can do that at a later date, or you will read it in our paper, which I hope will come out quite soon. But again, to take you back to the Chinnababu Samudram site, which Navya had presented earlier in her presentation. So in this site, for 9 taxa selected, we did the reconstruction. And in our fossil record, as you can see, the 9 taxa contributed between 60 to 80 or more % of the pollen record itself. There were others which was less than that. We all know that the pollen vegetation relationship is complex, and we know that even from the pollen percentages and vegetation percentages. So you can have some which are overrepresented, you can have underrepresented pollen, and you could also have pollen which are totally not represented. This is what we found. And then we also have strange situations like certain taxa like Hardwickia, which are present in the surface sample but not in the fossil, and also vice versa. So now, when we do the quantitative reconstruction, what do we find? So that's what's going to be. So this was just a snapshot to give you an understanding of what we know with when you work with the pollen data. So REVEALS has been tested for 7 combinations of all these sites. So I'm sorry. So we had 3 sites, as we mentioned, and then we did them separately, and we also did combinations of the sites, and finally all the 3 sites together. So for the primary site, in the first place, this is the reveals reconstruction. So in yellow, you have the pollen percentage, and in green, you have the vegetation reconstructed. So we can see already that some taxa, like acacia, they are always underrepresented in the pollen record. So acacia is it's a tree, shrub to tree, but a medium-sized one. You also have Melastomataceae completaceae, which is one of the key markers and key constituents of the tropical dry evergreen forest, which is dominant in this area. And this is almost always overrepresented, our reconstruction shows. And so now what happens when you combine two of the sites, so that trend with reference to the taxa, it continues. You almost have the same thing. You can easily see that acacia is overrepresented, by the pollen record, and Melastomataceae completaceae in the pollen record is always too much. So finally, coming to the reconstruction with taking all the three sites together. So this is what we get. We get an interesting reconstruction in terms of the TDF elements, which is Acacia albizia, Dodonia, Justicia, Melastomataceae completaceae, and Randia, which are really important as key markers of the dry forest in this region. So which are the ones which are proportionately represented? It's just Poaceae and Amarantaceae Chenopodiaceae. And here, Amarantaceae Chenopodiaceae, we actually use the secondary RPPs. What is overrepresented? As I already told you, Melastomataceae completaceae is overrepresented in the pollen record. And what is of interest, and which could be later discussion, is that although the pollen record is largely fluctuating, we see that there's not so much of difference in the actual reconstructed land cover. So now there are some really interesting questions coming up over there. What is underrepresented? As I mentioned, acacia, but also cyperaceae. So to summarize the final result, so you have these 9 significant taxa. So with more sites, we can have more RPPs, and we should also look out for taxa which are difficult to quantify, like Hardwickia, and we have to try to see how to reconstruct them. So to summarize and to conclude, the relative pollen productivities of 6 marker pollen taxa of the Coromandel host have been estimated. And we also have the RSAP for this landscape based on the 9 marker taxa. And the reconstruction shows the actual land cover was a scrubland containing grasses with spurts in the tropical dry evergreen forest. So actually there's really nice analogies which we are thinking of in terms of the patchy nature of the land of the forest cover in this dry zone of southern India. And these TDF species, nevertheless, are quite resilient to anthropogenic impacts. So to conclude, in her thesis, Navya definitely felt that it's possible to quantify and to replicate it in other ecosystems. So we are already exploring some of this. And there's also lots of scientific and methodological challenges in the tropics that we encountered. And now we have a fairly better idea of how to handle. So to leave you with that, it's the first attempt. And in perspective, we hope that this can really contribute towards the ALCC models. And as I said, we are working on quantifying it in the diverse ecologies. We have already have samples collected in some of the medium elevation Western Ghats and plan to start some work in the upper mountain forests. And we are also expanding the modern pollen vegetation sites in the Southeast Indian place where we have done the reconstruction. So we'd like to acknowledge a lot of our colleagues. Is a huge teamwork and a lot of cooperation and a lot of help from many, many people. And thank you very much for listening to us.
Thank you so much, both of you. Do we have time for a question before we have to move on? Yes, Kathy says, I can't wait to compare with the land use evidence. Yes. Okay, if there's more questions we can have in the chat for sure. So we can move on with our last two papers. So
I'm not able to unshare this.
I got it. Stop.
Okay. Right.
Yeah. So our second to last paper, we have Alice Yao. Alice, you here?
I'm unmuted now.
Yes.
Okay, so good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. So I'm really appreciate the opportunity to be here and share some of our findings for 6K using the land cover categories. So this has been a collective effort, and I just want to thank Chad and Jen. So Jen will actually jump in and talk a little bit about the methods that we developed working through this data set. So let me just start by, let me put this on the, okay, let's see, where is slideshow from beginning? Voila, okay. Can you all see that? Okay. All right. So we were very ambitious at the beginning. We thought we would have 6K or 12K, 6K, and 4K all done at this point, but we were very much caught by the traps of 6K. And I think one of the tricky parts of 6K and why we spent so much time on 6K is that because it's one of the time slices that has been instrumental to the development of the early Anthropocene argument, that in particular for China, northern China, temperate China, was a major sort of region where cultivation became extensive and intensified. And as you can see, I don't have the hide visualization up here, but looking at the KK10 interpolations, northern China, in particular temperate regions, you can see here the estimates of percentage of land under cultivation is upwards of over 45%, right, along the Yellow River Valley. And so we were kind of very careful when we came to working with the 6K time slice, knowing that for hide and KK10, these are already projection, or KK actually for hide, for the 6K time slice, this area was actually not considered under intensive land use. So there's a lot of discrepancy for 6K. And so that's where we're kind of trying to figure out where our model is, how our model can contribute to this wider discussion. And so in this paper, we're going to discuss the comparison between three different sets of models. So I've already talked about the hindcasting models, the hide and KK10 models, which are really using population estimates and per capita land use estimates to project back in time. There are variations between these two. One is using constant function. The other one is using historical evidence to sort of refine those projections back in time. And then there's the models which are sort of modeling land use purely on archaeological data. So this is this includes Archaeoglobe, which some of you have already heard discussions yesterday, as well as the one that we're working with, which is the LandCover6k classification scheme. And then there's this other model that was developed about 10 years ago called the prehistoric land use model. And I'll talk a little bit about that model in particular, because it's actually a model that tries to combine both parameters, the projection, using projections from historical data backwards in time, and also derived using very actually clean archaeological data. And I'll talk a little bit about these differences in a bit. So, so why are we throwing this this prehistoric plum model in the comparison? Well, partly the reason is that the Plum model is using the same archaeological data set that we're using. And this is a data set that has been widely used by other groups. So these are reference data sets from the atlas for each province in China. And these atlases contain, basically a survey of all archaeological sites for each province in China. And this has been uploaded for public and public domain. And the Plum data is interesting because there's a lot of sort of parallels with what the European group is doing, which is actually using pooled radiocarbon dates, some probabilities, and these Plum models have been actually actively deployed to test the early Anthropocene hypothesis. So this is why we've sort of brought that model into a wider comparison. Okay, so these are 3 maps showing 6K and 4K, and I'll talk about why we got really stuck on 6K and why we're having a lot of problems with 4K at the moment. So as I mentioned, the sites themselves are derived from the atlas. And so there's something like 51,000 sites over this 4,000 year period. And we've split them up into time slices. So at 6K, we're working with about 7,400 sites across the entire expanse of China. And if you can see, each dot is one site on this map. And I don't know if you can see, but we've classified the sites into land use category, 2nd level of herbaceous ground crops and wet agriculture, paddy agriculture in the south. And this is somewhat, we're more confident doing this at this stage because there's been a lot of isotopic analysis done on human and animal remains from North and Southern China, which showing a very strong distinction of carbon-3 and carbon-4 separation along this sort of north temperate and tropical region. So this is why we're confident kind of, settling on land level 2 classifications. Now, 4K is where things get really tricky, and maybe some of you can provide some feedback on this. So there's the bonded Holocene event 3. And depending on how wide we set the parameter, the chronological parameter, whether it's within a 250-year window of 4,000 or 500,000 or 500-year window, we're capturing sites before and after that Holocene event. So if you look at the 2 maps on the bottom, you can see just looking at the 6K and 4K that there's been a sudden abandonment of sites. The sites drop out of this 4K picture, but they're still evident if we leave it at a 500 time period window. We still have a lot of sites in northern China. So we're not really sure whether to create a map for 4K using the 250 time parameter or the 500-year parameter. One is kind of showing us the effects of that climatic change, and the other one is not, is sort of maybe capturing the picture before the onset of aridity and the increasingly colder climes in temperate China. So this is a problem that we're just really sort of tabled for now that we need to work through. So I'm going to let Jen take over and talk about the actual sort of interpolation process of defining areal extent, spatial extent of land use. Jen?
Yeah. So for each physiographic region, we use different geological and hydrological criteria to determine the land use of the cell. And on the slide are some examples of the kinds of decisions we made for the 6K map. But for the sake of time, I'm just going to talk kind of generally and pick out a few examples of things that we did at 6K. So in general, we started with the site data, and we tried to stick pretty close to it because we found when we extrapolated or interpolated too much from it, we were likely overestimating some land use. So for example, everywhere that could have had agriculture at 6K didn't necessarily have agriculture. So we tried to stick pretty close to the site data. But of course, there were areas where there was not a lot of data, very sparse data. So we did have to look into the literature to justify some extrapolation to similar areas. So For example, in the Tibetan Plateau, we had 3 data points, but based on some research from Delpoin, Geddes, and Alden Durfer, 2020 paper, we were able to code the Tibetan Plateau by elevation. So that paper suggests there's evidence for foraging at lower elevations on the plateau. So we said areas less than 2,800 meters above sea level would be hunter-gatherer, forager, fisher. In areas with lots of data, we used landscape characteristics to filter sites. So we're going to focus a bit more in on the Wei Valley, kind of in north central China, which has lots of data. And for those areas, we used we're considering using characteristics like distance to water, so like buffering from a river and selecting cells within, like with the centroid within 5 kilometers of the river to kind of filter out sites for agriculture. And then third, in areas with undistinguished sites, we used additional research to distinguish the classes. So Alice already mentioned, we used the Qinghai river line to distinguish between areas with millet agriculture and rice agriculture in the south, and that's based on isotopic evidence, isotope data from the Loess Plateau that suggests a pronounced distinction between human diets in the north and in the south. And also, we also used REVEALS data in Inner Mongolia to distinguish between areas of foraging and areas of like agriculture. So areas above this 350 millimeter iso-yet would be foraging, and south would be agriculture. So just a few examples of the kinds of decisions we made. We're still working on it, incorporating more data, and we're currently looking at soil, slope, and paleomonsoon, looking to incorporate that data into our maps.
Okay, thanks, Jen. And thanks, actually, I want to thank Marie-José and Furong for sharing those cores from northern China to help us sort out the steppe versus millet growing region in our estimates. Okay, so let me move on. So now I'm going to start talking about the data comparison across these different models. So here I'm going to start with the model whose sort of assumptions are closest to ours, which is the Archaeological. And as some of you already know, this is based on crowdsourced data. So for each polygon in China, respondents were asked whether they thought, what percentage of the land was being used by hunter-gatherers, cultivation, etc., wetland, wet agriculture. And so the 2 regions that are central to the early Anthropocene hypothesis are northeastern China and northern China. And as you can see, there are 6 and 4 contributors to each of those polygons. And so we've sort of centered I'll talk more generally about what the land use looks like overall for China in this comparison, but then I will focus in on these 2 particular so-called hot zones. So here is the kind of pairwise comparison of these different these 2 ways of interpolation. So as you can see from the comparison, we actually have so for instance, if you look in the north and south, the temperate and tropical zone, you'll see that our sort of spatial coverage, our land use descriptions, characterizations are similar to Archaeoglobe. There's cultivation or agriculture in the north. In the south, they also have projected land, some kind of agricultural use in the south. In our projections or interpolations, we did not have any sites in southern China, and in particular in the southwest here. But we did have quite a bit of sites to work with in the sort of Yangtze River region and also coastal regions. So there's a kind of unevenness in the comparison of spatial coverage between the 2 models. And the other thing that you'll note too, in particular in southern China. We've had to using paleo lakeshore and also reconstructions of lake shores. We actually were able to figure out that there was quite a bit of land that was sort of swampy or not really suitable for human cultivation. So actually, the full extent of wet rice agriculture is fairly limited in southern China, whereas most of the other sites fell in regions and actually had archaeological materials and archaeobotanical materials suggesting that these were more likely to be hunter-gatherers and foragers. So there's actually quite a bit of diversified land use in southern China using these the distribution of archaeological sites. The other thing that I wanted to point out too is that so for northern China, for these in particular these two polygons in the Archaeoglobe framework, they had actually just 4 respondents giving information for these polygons, providing information. So you can see the wide variability in the respondents' answers to land use. So for instance, respondent 1 estimated that more than 20% of land was under cultivation, but or under hunter-gatherers, being used by hunter-gatherers, but there was actually no agriculture being practiced. Whereas the other respondents, the other 3 respondents who provided data, indicated that, you know, anywhere between 1 to 20% of land, or even some, in one case, over 20% of land was being was brought under cultivation for this particular polygon. So there's a lot of variability here in the estimates. And what I want to show now is how using these archaeological sites, we were able to constrain that range. Okay, so why are we spending all this time, you know, with these 2 polygons? Well, part of the reason is that the archaeological materials are quite rich for this China. So this is the Wei River Valley. It's a major tributary of the Yellow River. And as you can see, these are excavated villages with ditch features, you know, nicely made homes with multiple layers of floors being built over time. This is a pottery kiln. So these are long-term dedicated settlements. And more interestingly, there's been a lot of paleobotanical analysis of the millet remains. And it looks like that about 6K people were experimenting with multiple kinds of millet, showing that they were probably growing millet not only along the tributary of the valley, but they were also growing more sort of water resistant kinds of millet up on lower slopes, and also probably in the higher slopes too. And there's been nitrogen isotope studies directly on the millets, and there's actually evidence suggesting that people were manuring. So here you get sort of other lines of evidence suggesting intensified agricultural practices. So this nitrogen data is actually very interesting in terms of showing different kinds of land cultivation strategies being added to the suite of Neolithic farming practices. So the 2 regions that we're going to look at is actually, we only limit to 1 region, which is this area here, the Wei River Valley. And it's one of those hot spots which I was talking about. So here I'm just showing the KK10 projection or visualization. Again, this is relatively the region we're talking about with that big red blob. And KK10's estimates suggest that upwards of between 35 and 50% of that land was percentage of the grid cells were under cultivation. And so let me just check the time. Okay, so on the you see here there are the Archaeoglobe projections, which are far lower for those 2 polygons. So they're saying their projection is that the extensive and intensive agriculture is somewhere between 1% and 20%, whereas KK10 is suggesting that the overall land use or cultivation land spatial extent is probably somewhere between 35 to 50%. So there's considerable, kind of, you can see just the sort of disconnect between these estimates. And in our case, our interpolations suggest that for that polygon in particular, we're talking about 2.91 to 5.45% of the land actual under cultivation using just archaeological interpolations. Okay, so this is the plum. This is the model I was talking about, the prehistoric land use model, which combines both the hindcasting and the archaeological data in its estimates. And it's basically a land use estimate using the actual site of each archaeological settlement, the residential area, plus the area under cultivation. And the hindcasting kind of parameters are built into the estimates of cultivable area. So they're using population estimates and also per capita estimates to estimate the cultivable land surrounding each individual archaeological site. So it's more precise than our estimates in that they're actually taking the actual aerial extent of each archaeological settlement into account. And they're weighting all of this too using various environmental parameters. So this grid, these two maps shows you basically that there's a lot of overlap between our kind of interpolation and the plum model. So because we're using the same data set, essentially the same archaeological sites, they're just being more precise in defining how big those sites are and computing that into their estimate. Okay, so here this is a kind of a messy slide, and let me just walk you through this. So what I'm trying to do in this slide is to show you the differences in these estimates between the plum, the hide, and KK10, as well as the LandCover6k estimates for land use in this one valley. You can see this is an estimate that of a kind of comparison done by Yuanhao and a bunch of people comparing the plum model and the KK10. So what you can see is that the plum model gives an estimate about 12% of land under cultivation with a plus minus of 5%. And the KK10 model is upwards of 20%. And the hide is considerably lower. The hide model estimates about 0.04% for the Wei River Valley. In our visualizations for LandCover6k, we created multiple interpolations. So maybe Jen, you can walk us through these 4 different estimates.
Yeah, so these 4 maps kind of show different estimates of herbaceous ground crops based on the method used. So this first map would be if we just selected the cell that contains one of those sites. The second map is if we eliminated sites that had a centroid more than 5 kilometers from a river. So only sites very close to the river. The third map shows if we eliminated sites that had a very high slope, so greater than 15 degrees. The land use percentage would go down slightly to 17%. And then lastly, we took a look at what would happen if we only selected cells that were on loess or anthracol. And it actually didn't change. So all cells at that point were on loess or anthracol. So just kind of comparisons of what would happen if we made different decisions about how to interpolate sites.
Right, and with one of the other sort of takeaways is that if we just stuck with the first sort of criteria, which is the grid itself around in which a site is located, we get estimates that are close to the KK10 kind of estimate for this valley. But if we were to use these other constraining or physiogeographic features to constrain and define land use area, we come close to the plum estimate. And so this is all to say that in these areas where there's good data, we may want to be thinking about a range, right, an interval instead of an absolute value when we talk about these comparisons of land use. So finally, some of these discussion points that we wanted to share is that raster resolutions have a dramatic effect on land use estimates. So again, KK10 is 85 square kilometers. The plum model is using a grid cell of 0.0081 square kilometers, and you can see that depending on that grid, that raster resolution, the estimates can vary dramatically. Archaeoglobe is, giving an estimate of anywhere between 1% to 20%. So while it does that range encapsulates all of these estimates, there's really one can't be really confident, right, where the actual estimate falls. So the median point, let's say. And so the problem with the plum model, though, is that it really is applicable to a small region in some ways, because one can't scale it up, I don't think, easily to facilitate the kind of modeling used for ALCC reconstructions, for instance. So that is a major limitation of this very fine-grained land use reconstruction model. And again, working with these land use interpolations, we've realized that with each macro region, we really have to think carefully about our buffering constraints because they can dramatically change what the estimates are or percentage of land use. And so in that respect, I think we're trying to develop a paper which shows, kind of a test of a proof of a concept paper, really, to set it in a framework of comparison so that we can make the case that this LCK model is in some ways, kind of improving a certain methodology for the one that also can take into a hindcast projection. Okay, so I'll end there. I know we're over time, or just at time.
Thank you so much, Alice and Jen. It's really nice to see that pulled together after we've talked about it quite a bit. We are in a little bit over time, but with only one paper left. If we had a question, we have just a little time. But we can also have any questions in the chat. Okay, so let's move on then to our last paper, which actually really starts, it's the topic, begins the topic for tomorrow's session, but because of logistic constraints, we have to put it here at the end of this session, but it's a good segue to get ready for tomorrow morning. So we have Katie Manning for the last paper of the day. I think you should be able to go ahead and share.
Hi there, everybody. Let me get this set up. Okay, does that work? Can everybody see that? Yep. I think it's the right page, you can't see yourself. You can see just the screen of the PowerPoint, yeah? Oops, let's maybe start at the beginning. Great. Okay, hi everybody. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend any of the other presentations, which I sincerely apologise for. I'm currently kind of doing other work which is quite demanding, and I'll mention it briefly because it's kind of relevant to this. But yeah, I just wanted to give my apologies for that. Okay, so we are venturing into the kind of African working group of the LandCover6k work. This is perhaps a little bit more in its infancy than some of the other work. So our group really became kind of active in about 2018 and really started working together in 2019. This was when members of our group, I think Esther, I think was first invited to join the LandCover6k project. And since then we've had kind of various people who have led parts of the work and tried to bring everything together. I think in 2018, Stefano Biaghetti and Andrea Kay also organized a land use change session at the EAAs in Barcelona that year. So that was when really kind of like land use and land cover change was really taking off in the context of African data and in terms of what we could say about African land use change. This was our last meeting that we had in September 2019 in Cambridge. Obviously, like everybody since then, we've all been stuck at home, so we haven't perhaps made as much progress on things as we would have liked, but we have got a few things that are now kind of in the works and moving forward. Okay, so I wanted to just outline some of the work that has been done already, and then I'll talk a little bit more about where we are at with our data, and also kind of some of the ideas that we're looking forward to doing. So this was a paper by Rob Marchant and colleagues that was published in 2018 in Earth Science Reviews. And this was looking at land cover change over the last 6,000 years in East Africa. So in this review, the authors compiled the archaeological and the paleoenvironmental data from East Africa to document the land use and the land, well, I suppose more the land cover change rather than the land use change as such. And they were also looking at the environmental subsistence and land use transitions that happened over the period of 6,000 years ago. So they identified various different land use changes, some more significant than others, but this was really from the mid-Holocene onwards. And this gave rise to a sequence of significant phases of land cover change throughout East Africa. But these don't really begin in the context of East Africa until around 4,000 years. Now, in many respects, this is why dealing with the African data becomes a bit tricky when considering LandCover6k, because land cover change at 6,000 years ago was fairly restricted to certain areas. So what I'm going to talk about today is a little bit broader than just 6k, because of course we will have a lot more data to plug into looking at, for example, 2,000 years ago, 1,500 and 500 years ago than necessarily 6,000 years ago. But at 4,000 years ago in East Africa is when we see the introduction of domesticated livestock and the expansion of pastoral communities. And then you get the first sort of widespread and intensive forest clearances that begin with the arrival of iron using and early farming communities. And that's only around 2,500 years ago. This is particularly in the very productive and easily cleared mid-altitudinal areas of East Africa. The most pronounced land use changes that are visible in this area really occur around 1,300 years ago. And this is when the intensification of trading routes from the coast to the interior essentially acted as kind of conduits for spreading New World crops. So things like maize, tobacco, tomatoes, and also Southeast Asian domesticates, so especially banana, rice, taro, and chicken. And this introduction of I suppose, transoceanic biological elements had significant and major impacts on the way in which land was used and the way in which land cover changed over this period. So really from about 1300 years ago, potentially a little bit earlier, but the data is fairly sparse at that kind of time range. What this review also did was it offered quite an interesting perspective on how knowledge of regional land use change can be used to inform and provide perspectives on contemporary issues, so climate and ecosystem change models, conservation strategies, and also the achievement of nature-based solutions. This is something that I think is really kind of quite interesting from my perspective, because some of you may know, recently kind of left academia. I'm now in a different role, heading up the land use change modeling for the net zero strategy in the UK. And of course, one of the things that I am coming to that position with is a kind of view of looking at how we can use historical data to inform and help to validate the models that we're building for future land use change. So I think there's a really, really kind of big scope at the moment for engaging with that dialogue, and something that the LandCover6k project, I think, has the potential to really capitalize on, considering that what is going on at the moment, particularly in certain countries, I know, I'm not sure about elsewhere, but in the UK, we are looking at transformational land use change over the next 5 to 50 years. And this is something that I think is really worth engaging with. Okay, so that was a little aside point. So another paper that kind of came about with the beginnings of land use change research in Africa was this paper by Colin Mustafi and colleagues. And this presents evidence for long-term ecosystem and social dynamics changes in Tanzania and the southern Kenya borderlands. Interestingly, this paper aimed to facilitate both multidisciplinary land use change research and evidence-based policy analysis to improve the familiarity and engagement between land use change knowledge producers and end users, and also to motivate the research integration for land management into policy formulation. And so I think this is another example of ways in which this kind of data can be used to engage with these wider kind of global conversations that are happening at the moment. So these were some of the maps that were produced as a result of that work in East Africa. And like I said, when we're dealing with the 6K time bracket, we can see that there's really very little kind of going on in terms of overall land use change. So the background colors are showing us our topographic background information. We can see that there's very little going on. The red dots here, you can just about see them, are our sites, but there's very minimal land use change going on. I won't pretend to talk about the parameters of this mapping because I wasn't involved in it. But we can see that there's very little kind of happening at this stage. By the time we get to 3000 BP, we start to see the incursion of pastoralism. So we start to see minimal low-level land use by fairly transhuman pastoralists. And then again, by 1850 AD is when we start to really see transformational changes in the land. So pastoralism diversifies in terms of having highly transhuman pastoral groups and more sedentary pastoral groups. Agricultural diversification really takes off. So we start to see highland cultivation and lowland cultivation taking place. And again, these changes we can see kind of over the course of 1500 to 1000, we see kind of more diversification and wider expansion of those different practices. Another area where there has been some work done so far is in North Africa. So this is a paper by Stefano Biaghetti and his colleague Carla Lancelotti. And this offered a review of the present day land use strategies in Saharan Africa, which drew on the ethnographic work that Stefano did for his PhD. And they show how ethnographic and ethnoarchaeological data can help in better defining land use and food production strategies in this area. So this was data published by Goldvik, showing anthropogenic land use estimates for the Holocene. And so we've got, I think, Stephanie, you can perhaps interject if I'm misrepresenting your paper. So the application of the ethnographic and ethnohistorical data showing some discrepancy with what HIDE 3.2 provides. So this also raised some really interesting questions, particularly in reference to Northern Africa. And this is really in regards to kind of the methodological approach to the LandCover6k work. And that was because, particularly in North Africa, we really struggled to fit our data into the land use categories and the hierarchy of those categories that the project had set. And this is partly because of the prevalence of semi-transhuman pastoralists and agro-pastoralism in Northern Africa. So in Northern Africa, for example, today you'll see groups that will undertake rain-fed cultivation, albeit in a fairly opportunistic way, and would consider themselves to be pastoralists. So a major point in our Cambridge workshop really kind of focused on the siloed nature of the current classification system in reference to the way in which African subsistence and economic systems worked. So agro-pastoralism, for example, which is the predominant system across not just Northern Africa, but most parts of Africa, isn't very well represented. And this is something that perhaps we may want to discuss. Finally, I just wanted to mention that there has been some work done by Andrew Kay on West African land use, although this has been in the Parallel Land Use Project in Jena. Unfortunately, we haven't actually been able to get our hands on this data, even though it's published, and which is quite frustrating. Although West Africa does offer some really interesting insights into land use change around 6,000. And that's because that's where we really start to see the first confirmed signs of cereal agriculture. So I just wanted to briefly talk a little bit just about some of the evidence that there is from Africa in terms of early agriculture and some of the new work that's coming out. So in the context, so these two plots on the side are in the context of Northern Africa. So we've recently finished up a project called Peopling the Green Sahara, in which a lot of the data that we've got for LandCover6k comes from that project. And one of the things that has come out of that is the preponderance of plant remains. So at the moment, Northern Africa is considered really a swathe of pastoralism. And I think this is one of the downsides, perhaps, of using the crowdsourcing approach to understanding land use. Because I think if you ask most people, they would just generally assume that at 6,000 years ago, North Africa was predominantly pastoralist. We've been doing organic residue analysis on pottery, so from over about 4,000 potsherds. And the number of sherds displaying plant signals is really high. So we're looking at kind of over 50% of our samples showing plant processing rather than any other animal product processing. So this plot here in the middle shows kind of what the top one is, what your typical degraded animal fats would look like. So C16 and C18 in high abundance is predominantly adipose fat. And then these plots down below, this one and this one, these show what are typical of an organic residue that comprises the fats out of plants. So often things like suberin and all of these long chain fatty acids from the C sort of 20 to 30 range. And these are really ubiquitous across Northern Africa. And then and the reason I mentioned West Africa being quite interesting is because that's where we really see the first evidence of cereal agriculture and quite intensive cereal agriculture. So this was work that I did quite a while back from the Tlemcen Valley, where we have the earliest domesticated millet, which occurs at around just before 4,000 BP, 4000 BP, yeah, is it? No, well, 4000 BC, it's a while now, it's been a while. And this is morphologically very advanced. So it looks as though this kind of morphotype had evolved probably at least 1,000 years earlier, so somewhere further north. So it's likely that we have extensive cereal agriculture, likely to be rain-fed cultivation occurring in Northern Africa around 6,000 BP, but we just don't really have the biological evidence for it. So this is one of the hindrances of many parts of Africa that, that don't necessarily give us great data. Okay, so where are we at currently? So the spread of sites is fairly unevenly distributed. We have in some regions, so for example in Libya we've got 400 sites, in Egypt over 350, but you can see that the number of sites really varies quite significantly. So Northern Africa and Southern Africa are the best represented. East Africa has kind of quite a good spattering in some places, but unfortunately West Africa and Central Africa are empty. We're hoping that Central Africa will be filled. We've recently been in communication with Bernard Klist, who's agreed to look at what data he may have, and hopefully we can fill some of those gaps. But that at the moment is a big kind of question mark in our work. Okay, so what we've done with the data, everything is in a SQL database. So at the moment, this has all of the sites, all of the phases associated with those sites, all of the radiocarbon dates, and all of the animal taxa. We don't currently have the archaeobotanical, but that is something that we're looking to include. It just requires a kind of a second stage of work, which we're not currently at. Okay, so what I wanted to do is I wanted to hand over now to Alexis Mess, who has recently got involved with this work. She will hopefully be starting a PhD in Cambridge fairly soon. And Alexis has been working on having a look at the data, and the way in which she chose to do this was she built this little app, which we decided would be a nice way of presenting the data for Africa, and also considering ways, starting a discussion, I suppose, about how we might want to present the LandCover6k data going forward in terms of publishing the actual data once these papers are out. So Alexis, if I hand over to you, and you can perhaps, I'll stop sharing and you can perhaps share your screen and talk to people through the app.
Yes, that sounds great, Katie.
Great, thanks.
Let me share my screen.
You could perhaps give a little introduction also to yourself, Alexis, that would be great.
Oh, okay. I felt like you did it pretty well, Katie, but basically I've been working with Katie and a few other members of the team to discuss how to visualize in a dynamic way the data that we have for Africa. So we built this app. It's just a shiny app at the moment, and basically lays the groundwork for potential, which Katie will get back to on how we could take this further. So to start with, can you see my screen? Sure. So here's the app starts with giving you a broad overview of all the sites that we have mapped in Africa so far. And you can select the country that you wish to examine. So if you're particularly interested in South Africa, you could scroll down further and you can see the country that you wish to examine and the site types. This is the greatest granularity that we had. So the most common site types: cave, human burial. And if you hovered over the sites, it can give you their names. Monroe site, Roy Krantz. If you're interested in a specific type of site, you can select only that. So if you were only interested in shell middens, you could see those that seem to be predominantly on the west coast of South Africa, and you could be examining exactly how frequently they occur and where's the greatest density. So the site, we also have mapped, you could do this for any country and any site type. The orange is other, and so those are different sites that we haven't classified into these site types given in this legend at the bottom. We can increase the number of different types of sites as well, based on certain interests. So these are the complete sites that we have captured at the moment, but some sites don't have data information and some don't have faunal information. So if we wanted to only look at the sites in which we have faunal observations.
Sorry, Alexis, I'll just put a caveat on that. We do have the data, I just haven't yet phased it. So I have to run those models to phase all the dates, but we do have all the dates for Southern Africa and the faunal data, but it's just in a different aggregated form. So that is in process to be added.
Sorry, I meant to say we didn't have the data captured in tabular form. Yeah, sorry. Yes, so we have the data, but at the moment, this is the start. So these are the sites with the faunal observations that we have. You can select the types, the taxon codes. So at the moment we're looking at the land mammals, those of which domestic and wild. You could select all the different types of animals, or if we're interested in the specifically only land mammals, domestic, we can focus on those, and then you can select specifically the taxon names. So if you only wish to study domestic cattle, you could do so, and look in Algeria. You could see the sites pertaining to where we have found domestic cattle in Algeria. So further, if we can show sites where we have date information. So let's go back to looking broadly, all sites that we have data information for. If you wanted to know, so this is going back, counting BP, if you wanted to know the sites where we have specific certainty around the 600K mark to a very small margin, you could select that, and you could be given the sites that we've dated in a narrow region or slightly later, and you can see dynamically which sites appear and don't appear. So yes, this is the functionality we have so long. I think I'm going to pass back to Katie for anything else that she wishes to add onto it, and perhaps some ideas on where we wanted to go in the future.
Great, thank you, Alexis. That was great. So as Alexis said, this is I think you only started working about 2 weeks ago, didn't you, Alexis? So it's really in its infancy, and was really a way to kind of understand the data and get her mind into it. And I think what came out of it was actually just a really nice tool that we may actually try to develop once we have all of the African data in, and perhaps might be something we want to extend globally if the different groups are interested in once we have it kind of fully functional. Let me go back to sharing my screen. Okay, so in terms of things that we are kind of considering we're doing with the app, as I mentioned, it is something that we think might be useful as a way of publishing the data. We plan to add land use categories to individual sites. So this is something that we're currently in the process of doing, where all of our contributors who have sent me the raw data, I've now sent the raw data back to them to then assign a proportion of land use classifications at individual sites based on those phases as an initial way of mapping. And so that's something we'll do, and then also kind of applying that to grid areas. So it's an easy kind of publicly accessible way of looking at the land use across space in different time periods, and a kind of quick, dirty, I suppose, visual representation of land use change. Sites can also be scaled according to their sample size. So obviously some sites we may have tens of thousands of animal bones and tens of thousands of macrobotanicals, and we have a really, really good understanding of what is happening at that site and what the subsistence basis is at different time periods, and the same with dates. We may have hundreds of dates from a certain site, which give us really, really good certainty on what was happening when. Other sites, and this is particularly kind of in the case of North Africa, where we have some sites that have been exceptionally well excavated. Others maybe have 1 radiocarbon date and 6 bones, and it's a surface scatter. And we want to make sure that we also incorporate that that kind of information when people are accessing this data, and can kind of get an idea of that level of detail. And then of course we can also include various other tabs. So I suppose, you know, the potential is endless in terms of what could be added to the functionality of this kind of app. But we can certainly think about other things that we might want to filter the data for. And then of course, we'll have the option to export specific data sets so that people can then take away the bits that they want. Beyond the app, we are looking at kind of the next stage of the modeling land use change. So several steps, several kind of initial steps, mapping all of the land use data from Africa for an Africa-wide paper is going to be kind of the first objective, really. Some of us are working on a separate North African paper because we have so much more data from North Africa, and because land use is happening at 6,000 BP in North Africa. So there's a lot more that can be said around that. One of the things that we are really keen as a group to focus on is the uncertainty. So we have various different levels. I mean, as everybody does, we have various different types of uncertainty. So uncertainty on the economic data and the ecological data, uncertainty on the dating, but also on the missing data. So in perhaps compared to, say, for example, Europe, Africa has vast, empty, barren areas on the map that have never been researched, never been visited. And what's really important for us is representing those missing parts of the map to not interpolate too widely, which is always tempting when you have sparse data. So these are the kind of steps that we're looking at going forward with, and yeah, and we will keep everybody informed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for this paper and the excellent app for visualizing that information. That's really nice, and it certainly overlaps with a thing that I know we've talked a lot about in terms of both how to publish the LandCover6k database output and also the underlying data sets that are part of them, which also has to be done differently and sensitively for different regions. Do we have any questions before we wrap up?
More than a question, again, a general comment, I would say. Well, first of all, wonderful presentation, Kathy and Alexis, because also Africa group, it was one of the latest groups that joined the dynamics, and I think they've been able to make humongous stride forward, and so that's very nice to see. And I'm very, very impressed by the app, because being able to in a simple but very workable way to approach the data that we are collecting, I think it's very important. And I think that in this sense, it was nice to see that the various groups are coming together with bits and pieces. It's like a puzzle that is getting there, you know, to give the final view all together. So, I mean, from my perspective, the application should be something that should be expanded definitely to all groups and to bring together, you know, the data at a global level. So thank you.
Okay, so we are not so much over time. This, I think, even though it's a long session, I think I'd like to thank everyone who presented in this session, and also people who are still here from the previous session, because that's a long chunk of time to be on Zoom. Thank you for all these excellent talks. Also, thank you everyone for coming to listen to these talks for the second day of the conference. And as a reminder, we have one more session tomorrow, which is at the same time as this session, but is slightly shorter. There's not as many papers, so it's just from 1 p.m. to just after 3 p.m. GMT. And so we will have 5 more papers, something like this. So I hope that everyone will join us again tomorrow, and as we finish up the conference. Thank you all so much.
This will be about
Thank you, Chad.
in Africa.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chad. Thank you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you all. Bye.
Bye, everyone.